Almighty God, creator and ruler of heaven and earth, we beseech thee to inspire and guide all our counsels and actions, so that we may always walk in the path of justice, love, and charity to one another. Help us by thy grace to do only those things that will promote the unity, peace, happiness, to defend our unity, and uphold our honor and glory. So help me God. How are you? Honourable members, I have examined and approved the votes and proceedings of Thursday, 28 May 2020. Other members, we move to matters of urgent public importance. Honorable
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, my name is Idem Unyime, member representing Ukanafun, Rowanam Federal Constituency in Akwa Ibom State. Mr. Speaker, I rise this morning under Order 8, Rule 4, matter of urgent public importance, and it a call on the federal government to suspend the increased 2.5% 2021 in the interest of Nigerians during this COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I seek the leave of this House to take this motion, and I so move. Thank you. It's a call on the federal government to put on hold the additional 2.5% value-added tax made possible by the Finance Act of 2019 until January 1, 2021 in the interest of Nigerians during the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Any seconder? Honorable Maki.
Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues, I remain Abubakar Maki Leman. I represent Madam Muduri Kaugama, Federal Constituency. I raise this afternoon to second the motion heavily moved by my honorable colleague. I so second. Thank you.
Honorable Williams.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, my name once again remains Idem Unyime, member representing Ukanafun, Orowonam Federal Constituency in Akwa Ibom State. A call on the federal government to suspend the additional 2.5% value-added tax made possible by the Finance Act of 2019 until January 1, 2021 in the interest of Nigerians during this COVID-19 pandemic. The House aware that in December 2019, this House had passed the Finance Bill of 2019, which was subsequently signed into law by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Further aware that the Finance Act changes the Nigerian tax regime by amending, among others, the value-added tax, VAT. The Act makes changes that are primarily focused on raising additional revenue in order for the federal government to meet the 2020 budget target. Note that...
Okay, what's your point of order?
I can't remember. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name is James Abiodun Falike. I'm raising a point of order on the motion being moved by my colleague because the issue is discussed is already an act of the National Assembly, and he cannot use a motion to suspend an act of the National Assembly. This is my point of order.
Okay, so it's an act of the National Assembly, and the motion cannot be used. I think Honorable Faleke is right, but Honorable Idem, the act of the National Assembly, Honorable Faleke, does it have a commencement date? What is the commencement date? Is in operation? No, I thought it was already ended. Is it already in operation?
It has not been suspended. It's still in effect right now as I speak to you, Mr. Speaker.
Use a motion to alter the commencement date. What it means. So it has to be by way of amendment, if at all. Do you understand? We cannot use a motion to alter an act. So I think Honorable Faleke's motion is point of order is sustained. Honorable Fakeye.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Honorable Femi Fakeye, and I represent the people of Ifo. Allow me to move a motion of urgent public importance on the need for a declaratory support for the re-election of Dr. Akinwumi Adesina as President of the African Development Bank. And I also request Honorable Speaker to allow the rules to be suspended so that I can take the motion right away. Thank you. I so move.
I think we made a very major blunder there. That was Honorable Elumelu's motion, and you were supposed to second it. Yes. We'll take it again. So Honorable Elumelu move the motion, then Honorable Fakeye will second it.
I'm from Delta State. Mr. Speaker, we come under 8 Rule 4 and 7 that this House do take it as a matter of urgent national importance to address the issue of African Development Bank as it relates to Nigerian investment in that bank. What is going on is a matter of trying to deprive Nigeria their investment from being recognized and being upheld. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I call on fellow colleagues that will take this as a matter of urgent national importance so that we can address the issue that is currently going on. I so submit.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Femi Fakeye from Osun State. I rise to support the motion ably moved by the minority leader. Thank you.
Yeah, minority leader.
The House notes that a conference convened by United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA, in Khartoum, Sudan, in August of 1963, an agreement was reached establishing the African Development Bank, and the agreement was co-signed by 23 African governments, including Nigeria. Further note that in 1964, the agreement came into force with a mission of through the implementation of projects and programs that are likely to contribute to the economic and social development of the African region. Aware that on the 8th of May 2015, a distinguished Nigerian and one-time Minister of Agriculture, Dr. Akiwumi Adesina, was elected the presumptive president of African Development Bank, emerging as the first Nigerian to hold this office. Further aware that African Development Bank, under the leadership of Dr. Adesina, has been very remarkable in steering the organization and its presence highly visible and impactful in less than 5 years of its headship. Concerned that recently, a group of whistleblowers petitioned Dr. Adesina accusing him of 16 breaches of the bank code of conduct, some of which include private gains, impediments to efficiency, preferential treatment, and involvement in political activities, which Dr. Adesina has continued to deny. Further concerned that on investigation by the Ethics Committee of the Board of Directors, the allegations were found to be frivolous, unsubstantiated, lack merit, and therefore exonerated Dr. Adesina on all 16 allegations. The Chairman, Board of Governors, being satisfied that the committee had done a thorough job, having followed all known rules and procedures of the bank. The Board of Directors followed established law governing African Development Bank in arriving at their decision in absolving Dr. Adesina of the allegations. The United States Treasury Secretary Stephen Mnuchin, in a letter to the chairperson of the bank, Niale Kova, rejected the verdict of the committee and called for the independent investigation into the allegations against Dr. Adesina, whose tenure is due for renewal given the fact that he is the only contender to the office. Disturbed that this interference portends a grave danger to the independence and laws governing the establishment of this organization, and if not addressed, will be tantamount to undermining the hard-earned reputation of the bank. Troubled that this action may be an attempt to discredit Adesina from seeking another term at the helm of Africa's largest multilateral lender, former African leaders, in their wisdom, led by former President Olusegun Obasanjo and signed by 11 other former African heads of state and endorsed by 4 former African leaders, issued a press statement showing the grave danger it portends to disregard the laws governing an institution such as African Development Bank, as well as stating in clear terms that no nation, no matter how powerful, has a veto power over the African Development Bank. Further trouble that if this sort of witch hunting and unnecessary harassment is not put to check and discouraged, it may become a recurring decimal, thereby destabilizing the stability the bank has enjoyed for decades and the intended results of the steady decrease. They have therefore resolved to urge the Board of African Development Bank to halt all further investigation of the President, Aki Adesina, and let the rule of law prosper. 2, that this House do endorse Dr. Adesina's campaign for a second term at the helm of Africa's largest multilateral lender and wish him a stable tenure ahead. Thirdly, that this House do urge the federal government to call on all African leaders to intervene and rally around him and see to the end of this lingering crisis. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Femi Fake one more time, and I'd like to commend Oh, second. Oh, sorry. Second, the motion was moved by the minority leader. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, just 1 minute. I think the body of your motion spelled everything out. Just put some flesh, 1 minute, and then we'll move on, take any other.
Thank you, Mr. Development Bank.
Chief Whip, the house is a bit rowdy. Chief Whip, the house is very rowdy.
Order, please. Honorable Obonta, Honorable Toby Etochukwu, Honorable Nkiruka, take your seats.
Seated. Honorable Abdullah Kotangara, Honorable Babu. Honorable Honorable colleagues, it's not a very good parliamentary thing for a member to be named on the floor by the chief whip. So please let us not have to name members. You can continue, Honorable Umelu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, African Development Bank, when Dr. Adesina took over, Dr. Adesina was able to increase the federal capital to $208 million. But not only that, Mr. Speaker, Dr. Adesina has succeeded in protecting the interests of Africans as it relates to agriculture and other investment that is very endearing to the African continent. And Dr. Adesina has brought to bear the independence of the African Development Bank, making sure that nobody interferes with the affairs of African continent. And this has not gone down very well with some other Western countries. And that informs why they are trying all possible best to stain his image. And given that he has another 5 years, ending the 5 years that he's currently operating on, the issue of now being reconfirmed for another 5 years is what is bringing all this in about. And some Western countries are trying to stop him, trying to stop Nigeria from enjoying that position. And this is why we feel that this House owes it as a duty to stand up and be heard as it relates to this issue that is lingering on. And Mr. Speaker, Dr. Adesina was a former Minister of Agriculture who distinguished himself very well in the course of his steering the affairs of agricultural ministry. And this, I think, that this House owes it to Nigerian people to ensure that even the young entrepreneurs in the African continent who have found it very, very easy to accessing the loans that are availed to them, the African entrepreneurs, through the support and the support of Dr. Adesina, African member than globally. But he has continuously said that it's better to ensure that the African people decide their fate than to allow others to decide their fate. And for this reason, he's being described as a tribalist. And this is why they are fighting him, and the American government is trying to force him out of office. So, Mr. Speaker, I pray that this House please support this motion and let us send a strong signal that this man comes from a nation that cannot be told with. I so submit.
Honorable Fake, the seconder.
Now, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Leader, I think it's very clear that since Dr. Akinwumi got to this job on merit, first of all, let me even comment as an aside that I was privileged to be at his inauguration on September 1, 2015. And I was proud to be a Nigerian on that day. And the guy has not lost sight of his assignment since he got there. He has boosted the capital base of that bank from 93 billion naira, dollars rather, in 2015 to 208 billion right now as we speak. That is the highest capital base for this 64-year-old bank. That's number one, very critical. Why is it critical for us as Africans? We are about to enter into a new phase for African industrialization. If not for this COVID-19, this coming month of July would have been the commencement date for the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. But now, because of COVID-19, it's been moved to January 2021. With this capital base, Africa is positioned to move shareholders in this company. Because with the AFCFTA, all the things we used to import from the West, from the East, chances are over time will begin to get manufactured here. We don't expect the Western world to be clapping at that kind of prospect. To me, that is the core of their objection. Now, how would you object and do it contrary to the law and the rule book for the bank? I came to the conclusion that there was nothing missing, nothing amiss with the management. But suddenly, our Western collaborators or shareholders, they now say, well, fine. They cannot be bringing extra legal process or procedure that doesn't exist to now waylay this guy who has done very well for Africa. Mr. Speaker, before I sit down, I want us to now note that this guy has been so Afrocentric since he got to that seat in 2015. As we speak, a few weeks ago, that bank, under his leadership, gave $10 billion for African countries to fight this corona. You know, if not for that, I don't know what would have happened to us. Even in America, where they are making noise, we see how many people are dying day by day by day by day with all their wealth. But here, we thank God that it hasn't really gone that virulent. But I'm saying the guy has done very well, and I believe because he's so focused on Africa, these people are like, oh no, that is our money. Well, it's your money, but you are a shareholder. And the largest shareholder in this company is Nigeria, followed by...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished honorable colleagues. I remain Honorable Osai Nicholas Osai. I represent local Okwanik Federal Constituency of Delta State. Mr. Speaker, there's no African man that will not support the way Adesina have run the African Development Bank. But the question the institution of National Assembly should always ask himself, that when such matter that involves international politics comes, the basis upon which we make our decisions should be based on facts. Ordinarily, I would have said and suggested that before we make a resolution of such magnitude, we could have gotten the Ethics Committee report, we could have gotten other report, but at the same time, it's an internal mechanism to address the issue. But at the same time, so that when we are asked tomorrow, that under what basis do we make this resolution? Under what basis do we reach this agreement? We will now be basing it based on facts. Because in international politics, we have to be careful when we are saying that, yes, Nigeria has also been cheated in this continental bank. Nigeria have a lot of money deposit in this bank, and yet the agreement reached with this bank and Nigeria has been breached severally. But at the same time, was one of those committee members who cleared Adesina from the rice mess when he was the Minister of Agriculture. So I can vouch for his integrity. I can vouch for his credibility. And I believe this resolution will go a long way in sustaining the African freedom in sustaining that no any other continent will come and direct Africans on the way to run its activity. Under this ground, Mr. Speaker, I waive the issues of bringing the facts before we make these resolutions. And I urge every member to support this motion with the speed of light.
Thank you. Those in support of the motion, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Ayes have it.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, my name is Mohamed Tahir Monguno. I represent Market.
Sorry, Honorable Monguno, before we do that, please, I skipped a very important announcement, and that is the death of the mother of one of our very own, Honorable Amaya Abdul Kadir, who lost his mother. Can we just get up for a quick 1 minute silence and then before we proceed? May her soul rest in perfect peace. Yes, sorry, Honorable Monguno.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, my name is Mohamed Tahir Monguno. I represent Marke Monguno, Ganze Federal Constituency of Borno State. I have a matter of urgent public importance that I am craving the indulgence of this House to consider it as urgent and take it now. The matter concerns the urgent need for partial reopening of our airport with at least one airport in each of the 6 geopolitical zones of the country. This is because the Federal Ministry of Aviation intends to open only Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt. So this motion is craving in the agenda of the House to pass as a resolution to the effect that in at least one geopolitical zone, one airport should be opened partially for commercial flights. Thank you.
No, do you want a second? Oh, no. You have an interest. Is anybody that can... Honorable Kurka used to be a former chairman aviation. Chairman COVID.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I remain Honorable Dr. Haruna Michelia. I represent all the people of Askara Bahawul Federal Constituency of Borno State. Mr. Speaker, I stand humbly to second the motion moved by the Chief Whip. I so second, please. Thank you, sir.
Chief Whip, you've already moved the motion, right? You already moved the motion. Eh? To consider it as urgent. Okay, so move your motion then.
I remain Mohamed Tahir Monguno. I represent Marche Monguno, Ganze Federal Constituency of Borno State. The motion is the urgent need for partial reopening of our airports with at least one airport in each of the 6 geopolitical zones of the country. The House notes that Nigerian government closed its airport to the international traffic on March 23rd, and a week later, all the local traffics were also stopped following the discovery of the first index case of COVID-19 pandemic to curtail the spread of the virus. Also note that the coronavirus pandemic has brought global air travel to an unprecedented halt, as the United Nations World Tourism Organization said that 100% of 217 countries worldwide have COVID-19 related travel restrictions in place. Such measures, the World Tourism Organization says, represent the most severe restriction on international travel in history. Also note that most countries in the world have maintained guided local flights for easy movement of people, especially the essential workers and goods, but banned international flights. Aware that the continued ban on local flights will further suffocate the economy and equally cripple the local air transport sector, including several other major ancillary businesses directly or indirectly linked to it, and thereby escalate the employment situation in the country. Further aware that some of the airlines and other service providers within the industry immediately sent their staff on compulsory leave without pay, and thus brought untold hardship to many homes directly or indirectly connected to the affected employees. Also aware that all the statutory agencies like the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria FAN, Nigeria Airspace Management Agency, Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority, the Nigerian College of Aviation Technology, Zaria, the Nigeria Meteorological Agency, and the Air Accident and Investigation Bureau, which generates their revenue when the aeroplanes are flying, are struggling to pay their staff salary at the moment. Concerned that traveling within the country has become severe nightmare as a result of the poor state of our roads, and the challenging security situation makes the opening of our airports more imperative. Also concerned that most of the airplanes now lying idle at the various airports across the country will require huge sums of money in hard currency to service them if efforts are not made to put them back into operation, that posing more hardships for the operators. And the prayers are, the House urges Mr. President to immediately direct the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 and Ministry of Aviation and its agencies to commence local flights, beginning with the opening of at least one airport in each of the 6 geopolitical zones, to give all zones a sense of belonging and ensure equity and fairness. Urges the federal government to direct relevant agencies of the Ministry of Aviation to develop acceptable standard operating procedure that will be in tandem with the Nigerian Center for Disease Control, where the airlines and aircrafts are routinely disinfected promptly. Mandates the House Committee on Aviation, Legislative Compliance, and Ad hoc Committee on COVID-19 to monitor compliance and report back to the House within 2 weeks for further legislative action. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Osai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished honorable colleagues. I remain Honorable Osai Nicholas Osai. I represent Doko Kwani Federal Constituency of Delta State. I rise to second the motion as moved by the great Chief Whip of this great House. I say second.
Thank you. It's a straightforward motion, and I think all Honorable Monguno is asking for is that instead of opening 1 or 2 airports, we should open airports in 1 per zone. Those in favor, please say aye. Those against, say no. Ayes have it.
Honorable Fakaya, what's your motion, please?
Honorable Fakaya. You take it, right? Okay, very good. Honorable Bill.
I represent the entire people of Barutina and Kama Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, distinguished honorable colleagues, I am from Kwara State. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 824, matter of urgent public importance, and the urgent need to aid the people of Kwara State over rainstorm disaster that occurred between May 17 and May 25th this year at different intervals.
Move that we suspend our rules to allow you to take this. This is the third motion of urgent public. It's against our rules.
So please suspend the rules so that we can take this one. Those in support that, who's going to second the suspension of the rules? Chairman Ethics.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is Plenary Lawal, representing the God of South Africa Federal Constituency. I rise to second the motion ably moved by Honorable Bill. I second, Mr. Speaker.
Those in support that we suspend our rules to allow us to take yet another motion of urgent public importance, please say aye. Just against, please say nay. Ayes have it. Motion.
Distinguished honorable colleagues, I remain Mohammed Omar Bio. I represent the entire people of Barten and Kayama Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am from Kwara State. Mr. Speaker, the House knows that Barten and Kayama Federal Constituency of Kwara State is one of the federal constituencies in Nigeria with 2 local governments and several towns and villages. The House further knows that between May 17 and 25th of this year, there are heavy downpours at different intervals and cause a lot of havoc to several communities in the constituency. Take cognizance that the effect of the rainstorm resulted in the death of an old harmless woman and caused many constituents homeless in various communities as Kenu, Boria, Yakparu, Yakura, Okuta, Ningurume, Bure, Bushiru, Banara, Biogberu, Shia, Kayama, Kemanji, and Naboki in Barten and Kayama federal constituencies of Kwara State. Further take cognizance that despite the lingering COVID-19 pandemic in Nigeria, which requires social distancing and careful selection of who to stay with, the victims of this disaster have been rendered homeless, and virtually all of them are seeking refuge in different places in the constituencies, making them prone to infection and spread of COVID-19. Worried that the destruction and effect of this rainstorm disaster cannot be remedied except with urgent intervention of government and its agencies. Resolves to urge the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development to intervene in the plight of victims of this disaster. Further urge National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, to urgently come to the aid of victims by providing relief material. Mr. Speaker, distinguished honorable colleagues, I so move.
Get up.
Yeah, that's it.
Honorable Kolawole, you want to second?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name once again is Plenary Lawal, representing the God of South Africa Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Ogun State. I rise to second the motion ably moved by my colleague, Honorable Bill. Mr. Speaker, I so second.
Those against, please say nay. Ayes have it. To move on. Honorable Oga, last motion for the day. Honorable Oga, take your move for suspension and take your motion. Okay, Honorable Oga, if you're not ready, we'll give it to him.
I remain honorable, representing the good people of Ezasa Tipo Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I hereby move that the rule 8 or 14 suspend, enable me take the matter on the urgent of the public importance. I hereby move.
Honorable, please, second.
Mr. Speaker, my name is Ali Adeyemi. I represent the motion 1 for a constituency. I rise to second the motion by my friend and colleague, Mr. Speaker. I so second. Thank you.
Honorable Oga, please move your motion.
I remain Honorable Chinedu Oga, representing the good people of Ezasa Tiku Federal Constituency and from Ebonyi State. The matter of urgent public importance on a sudden increment of the tariff on DSTV multi-choice services. Mr. Speaker, note that DSTV multi-choice have increased their tariff up to 15% in all their cable packages with effect from 1st June 2020. It concerns at this time where the country is facing serious financial crisis as a result of COVID-19 pandemic, the people struggling to survive, increasing tariff will subject people to more hardship. Informed despite the House set up a committee who is investigating this issue, DSTV multi-choice still went ahead to make an increase. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues, due to the already exorbitant embedded by these cable services provided despite not rendering or pay-as-you-go services, that we should look into it. The concern that since the beginning of this pandemic till this moment, multi-choice have never rendered any form of humanitarian assistance to this country. Resolved that the House Committee on Communication should investigate on the sudden increment of the subscription, knowing the challenges of this country and the world at large facing right now as a result of this pandemic. That the House should call on multi-choice operatives to suspend the increment on all their packages. As such, give 3 months free subscription as a compensation. I hereby move.
Please second.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable colleagues. I'm Honorable Aisha Kimbiaru, member representing the Federal constituency. I come from Gombe State. I rise to second the motion ably moved by my colleague. I so second.
Oga, quick, 1 minute. Move your motion, sorry.
Colleagues, everybody in this country have found out what the Nigeria is passing on this time around. Especially other private enterprises like Dangote have contributed immensely in coping out this COVID-19. Multi-choice DSTV, instead of them to contribute in making sure that they reduce this endemic in this country, what they did in preaching increased price, which in this time
drop it and go back.
Is not necessary. Which this time around is not good. Find out in oil company, a price of pump price is reduced. So many companies distracting their staffs. So, Mr. Speaker, I hereby move this motion that the increment in these DSTV multi-choice services should be suspended and they should give a free services to the Nigerians, like other companies have done.
Yeah.
You just moved your motion, right? Honorable Yemi Ali, you see what just happened now? I lost concentration. I don't even know where we are. Please, members, please stop distracting me. Stop approaching the chair. Any amendment? Honorable Linda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm Linda Chuba Ikpeazu, representing Onitsha Southern North Federal Constituency. I'm from Anambra State. Mr. Speaker, this motion actually seeks to talk about a privately owned company, DSTV. And it's something that's optional. It's not something that you can compare with power, which is vital to the economy of the country. You don't have to take DSTV. You can go to Go Channels or so many other channels to price their services, because we don't actually have to take it. If they see that a lot of people are not using it, believe me, they will go down. But if people keep subscribing, of course,
Okay, I think Honorable Linda is right, but I must mention that I think you are very correct. In a laissez-faire economy, you have the choice, but that is why you have anti-monopoly law. Is companies are there that offer the same. Do you really actually have a choice? What are the choices? What are the choices? What are the options that you have?
Mr. Speaker, there's Go TV. And there's a Nigerian guy. I don't remember the name of the company. He was tested out. Okay, Mr. Speaker, if we are talking about monopoly.
His argument is that you either take it or leave it. You don't have a choice. You don't have anywhere else to go. I get your point. I'll just yes. Free market, right? Free market. Yeah. Honorable Eden, you are very versed in this industry. Committee which you are heading, right?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, my name is Idem Unyime, member representing Ukanafun, Urogonam Federal Constituency in Akwa Ibom State. Mr. Speaker, mine is amendment. But before I do that, I want to say that when I made findings about the recent increment that he talked about, they said it is as a result of the increased 2.5% VAT that they now review their tariff upward. That was what they said. And that was the reason this morning that I came up with that motion that would have helped to solve.
Excuse was that it's because of the VAT. Are you aware of the VAT in South Africa? And I believe this is a South African company. Are you aware of the VAT? It's almost double ours.
My amendment is, since there is ad hoc committee to investigate the DSTV at the moment, that we should refer the matter to that committee so that a proper investigation can be done. Thank you. That's my amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am Kiruka Onyejota. I represent the good people of Isukwatu Munoch Federal Constituency. I am from Abia State. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I have listened to my brother's motion, and it's a motion of concern. Even if multi-choice is a private entity, nothing guarantees somebody because you're private, then you have to be shortchanging people. Yes, private companies do business to make money, but you should not make money at the expense of Nigerians. So having said that, I believe that what the motion is seeking
is for a review or to point to them that, yes, you're doing business, but you cannot do X, Y, Z, which is detrimental to our own people. And I submit that the motion should be referred to the committee already investigating this matter. That's my submission, sir.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, my name is Idem Unyime, member representing Ukanafunoro Wonam Federal Constituency. My amendment is that there is a committee, head of committee handling the investigation of DSTV and other satellite service providers. I want to move that the matter be referred to that committee so that proper investigation can be done. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Now we passed that stage. We are moving amendment now.
Amendment.
Honorable amendment is that it is referred to the ad hoc committee that has already been was set up a while ago. Honorable Zondu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is Honorable Benjamin Bemzondu. I speak for the people of Makudi Guma, and I'm also the voice of the unemployed youth in Nigeria. I rise to second the amendment as moved by honorable colleague, Honorable Idem. I so second.
Those against the same name. The ayes have it. Please say aye. Those against the same name. Ayes have it. Refer to the ad hoc committee on DSTV. Honorable colleagues, before we move to the first business of the day, by the way, it's Honorable Nasir Ahmed's birthday today. Honorable Nasir Ali Ahmed, it's his birthday today. He wants you to join him in celebrating his birthday. Yes, and the Chief Whip there will be a joint Senate and House meeting of the Northeast Caucus. The Senate and the House, joint meeting of the Northeast Caucus. There will be a meeting of the joint Senate and House Caucus of the Northeast on Saturday, the 6th of June 2020 by 2 p.m. in Senate Room 022. Announcer, Honorable Mohammed Tahir Mongunu. 6th of June, Saturday, 2020, 2 p.m. Senate Room 022. Honorable colleagues, it's just been brought to my attention that we lost one of our own just, I believe, yesterday. It's just been brought to my attention, a former senator from Lagos State, Senator Munir Muse. So once again, with respect to the disease, we will be upstanding for 1 minute. May his soul rest in peace. Is 2020 to 2022 The Committee on Finance on the revised 2020 to 2022 medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper, standing in the name of Honorable James Abiodun Faleke. Baba Ilabe. Honorable members will recall that the matter was referred to the committee on Thursday, 28 May 2020. The report is ready for presentation. I now call on Baba Ilabe to invite Baba Ilabe to present the report. Baba Ilabe, present your report, please. Yes, Baba Ilabe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is James.
For those who don't know the meaning of Baba Ilabe, it means the man that likes to enjoy life.
That's the meaning of Baba Ilabe, the man that likes to enjoy life.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to raise the motion that the House do receive the report of the Committee on Finance on the revised 2020-22 medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper, refer to it on the 28/5/2020. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, my honorable colleagues. My name is Mohammed Umar Jaga, representing Aleru Gondu Jaga Federal Constituency. I rise to second the motion, heavily moved by my honorable colleagues. I say second.
Those against, say nay. Ayes have it. Management on the request for approval of external loans to finance the federal government of Nigeria proposed revised 2020 budget deficit, standing in the name of Honorable Ahmed Dayabu Safana. Honorable members will recall that the matter was referred to the committee on Thursday, 28th May 2020. The report is ready for presentation. Honorable Safana is invited to present his report. Honorable Safana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. My respected honorable colleagues, I move that the House do receive report of the Committee on AIDS Loan and Debt Management on the request for the approval of external loan to finance the federal government of Nigeria proposed revised budget for the year 2020. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I'm Honorable Victor Nwokolo, member representing Ika Northeast, Ika South Federal Constituency of Delta State. I do rise to second the motion moved for the presentation of the report by the Aids and Loans Committee. I so move.
Those in support of the motion, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. The ayes have it. Fana. Honorable colleagues, the first order of the day is the third reading of a bill for an act to repeal the Police Act Cap P19 laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004 and enact Nigeria Police Act 2020 to provide for the framework for the police force and ensure cooperation and partnership between the police and host communities in maintaining peace, protecting life and properties, and for related matters. Honorable members will recall that the House adopted the report of the committee on the bill on Tuesday, 19th, 2020. I therefore call on the Leader of the House to move that the bill be now read the third time. Leader.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Adodogwa is my name. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I represent the people of Dogwa, Tudunwada Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am from Kano State. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I rise to move that a bill for an act to repeal the Police Act Cap P19, laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, and enact Nigeria Police Act 2020 to provide for the framework for the police force and ensure cooperation and partnership between the police and host communities in maintaining peace, protecting lives and properties, and for related matters, HB 685 be read the third time. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I so move.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, my great colleagues. I am Comrade Peter Ohionzoje Akpatasin, MNI. I second the motion as ably moved by the Leader of the House that the Police Act be read for the third time. I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Ayes have it. Please read the long title.
Excuse me, honorable members. Honorable members.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, a bill for an act to repeal the Police Act, Chapter P90, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, and enact the Nigerian Police Act 2020 to provide for the framework for the police force and ensure cooperation and partnership between the police and those communities in maintaining peace, protection of lives and property, and related matters. Third reading.
The second order of the day is commencement of debate on the general principle of a bill for an act to amend the Niger Delta Honorable Umpe. Honorable Umpe, is he here? Okay, so we step this down. Chairman Business, can you step this down? For now, Honorable Umpe is not here. Number 2, I think.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name is Abubakar Samfulata. I represent the Plenary Krika Summer Federal Constituency. I'm from the Justice, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to step down. I move to step down item number 2 on the order paper. I so move.
Before we, it's just been drawn my attention that we didn't pass the third reading completely. So the third reading on the first order of the day is hereby read the third time and passed. Have you stepped down the bill? Yes, okay. So we move on to, thank you, GS, for that, for drawing my attention to that. The third order. The third order of the day is commencement of a debate on the general principle of a bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended to delist the local government areas from Part 1 of the first schedule to the Constitution, Olawale Tasir Raji. Honorable members will recall that the bill was read the first time on Thursday, 6 February 2020, and I invite Honorable Raji to move that the bill be read a second time. Honorable Raji. Is Honorable Raji here? No. Okay, we'll step it down.
Honorable Raji is not on the floor. I move to step down the consideration of the bill. I so move.
Okay, so the matter is stepped down. Debate on the general principle of a bill for an act to establish the regulation of ecological funds to address Nigeria's ecological challenges, particularly erosion, landslide, desertification, flood, oil spillage, drought, etc., and for related matters, standing in the name of Honorable Ibrahim A. Isiaka. Honorable members will recall that the bill was read the first time on Tuesday, 25th February 2020, and I invite Honorable Isiaka to move that the bill be now read a second time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm Rep. Isiaka Yokunle Ibrahim. I represent the very good people of Ifo, Iwekoro Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Ogun State. I rise about a bill for an act to establish the regulation of ecological funds to address Nigeria's ecological challenges, particularly erosion, landslide, desertification, flood, oil spillage, drought, etc., and for related matters. Mr. Speaker, for some obvious reasons, it is my wish to step this bill down for now, Mr. Speaker. I so submit.
Bill, step down. By Honorable Humpe on Niger Delta, that's a order of the day is commencement of debate on the general principles of a bill for an act to amend the Electric Power Sector Reform Act 2005 to provide for the reservation of 5% of all revenue accruing from power generated by all power generating of the host communities and for related matters, standing in the name of Honorable Babajimi Benson. Honorable members will recall that the bill was read the first time on Thursday, 13th February 2020, and I invite Honorable Benson to move that the bill be now read a second time. Honorable Benson.
I remain Babajimi Adegoke Benson. Mr. Speaker, I hereby crave your indulgence to step this matter down till the next legislative day. Thank you.
Of the day is a motion on the local government area of Adamawa State, standing in the name of Honorable Jafar Magaji. Honorable Magaji is invited to move the motion. Honorable Magaji.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My fellow honorable members, Honorable Jafar Abubakar Magaji is my name. I'm representing Mubi North, Mubi South, and my federal constituency of Adamawa State. Mr. Speaker, sir, the motion is on the urgent need to come to the aid of communities of Salma and Concord in my local government area of Adamawa State. I so move. The House note that Salma and Concord communities in my local government area of Adamawa State, all within my federal constituency, have experienced devastating windstorms causing destruction of property running into hundreds of millions of naira. Also note that the sad incident occurred within the preceding week, leading to the destruction of almost all houses, schools, hospitals, mosques, churches, economic trees, and many other valuable items within the said community, rendering all the entire members of the communities at the mercy of the government and possible exploited persons may come to the aid.
We are safe, leadership. Exactly, we are safe.
Worried that the unfortunate disaster adversely affected the communities as it happened during the lockdown period, causing lack of food and necessary income that families need to survive. Resulting, all the National Emergency Management NEMA, so as a matter of urgency to provide relief materials to the affected communities. Also urge the Northeast Development Commission and EDC to come to the aid of the victims by providing food and other essential items. To mandate the Committee on Emergency and Disaster Preparedness and Northeast Development Commission to ensure compliance with the resolution. Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished honorable colleagues, I rise to second the motion moved by Honorable Jafar Abubakar. I so second.
An infrastructure motion.
Honorable Boma and Co.
Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, in view of the fact that, Mr. Speaker, you said we cannot take these motions in all the communities. Since it's from Adamawa State, I have a similar windstorm crisis that has also devastated the people of the local government. So my prayer is that all the prayers for Maiha is also include that of Jada in my constituency in Adamawa State. I so amend, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Honorable Yusuf.
Makam, resume your seat.
Those against, please say nay. Ayes have it. As amended, please say aye. Ayes have it. Yeah. The seventh order of the day is a motion on need to investigate the alleged sleaze, misappropriation, and non-profitability of the Nigerian Communications Satellite, NIGCOMSAT Limited. Standing in the name of Honorable Undudi Elumelu, Honorable Elumelu is invited to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remain Honorable Undudi Godwin Elumelu, and I represent the good people of Anoto Shimli Federal Constituency. I'm from Delta State. The House notes that in 2006, the federal government incorporated the Nigerian Communications Satellite Limited called NIGCOMSAT with the aim of revolutionizing the information and communications technology system in Nigeria, as well as to improve national security, broadcasting, internet access, e-governance, health and educational sectors of the country. The House also notes that because the vision of NICHCOMSAT was for it to be the leading satellite operator and service provider in Africa, the company in 2007 launched the first geostationary communication satellite in the sub-Saharan Africa, so as to exploit the commercial viability of the country's communication satellite for its socio-economic benefit. The House is aware that it cost Nigerian government the sum of $340 million of taxpayers' money to build the NICHCOMSAT, and further 43 billion 500 million naira from federal allocation as running cost, and another $127 million as debt servicing to the Chinese government. But there is little or nothing to show for this huge investment. The House is concerned that while the fixed satellite service business has proven very lucrative in so many countries, with a worth estimate of the global space as high as 126 trillion naira, and 75% of these coming from commercial revenues, NICHCOMSAT is here to get a slice of the pie and has generated zero revenue. The House is disturbed that even though the company has not been able to make contributions to the nation's revenue, it has been riddled with series of allegations ranging from contract scam to the tune of 8 billion naira, to bribery of government agents and withholding of vital documents to ensure the cover-up of the massive irregularities against the management of the company. The House is further also disturbed that at the time the managing director of the company was alleged to have wrongfully declared her assets and signed off the company's direct-to-home facility to Ningus International Investment Limited, a company owned by the father-in-law of the head of DTH, after she acquired shares in Ningus through process. The House is worried by the allegation that management of the company breached government policy on procurement by ensuring that procurement matters are handled strictly between the offices of the managing director and that of the legal advisor. In December 2011, the management of NICHCOMSAT paid 5,893,920,000 naira only for insurance premium of the launch of NICHCOMSAT satellite, which required the approval of the Federal Executive Council. Such unguarded expenditures have made the company unable to meet the financial obligations owed to the nation, and if left unchecked, will result in further loss of nation's cash revenue. They have therefore resolved to mandate the Committees on Information Technology, ICT, and Finance Committee, respectively, to carry out a forensic audit of the activities of NICHCOMSAT from inception to date and report back to the House within 4 weeks legislative action. For legislative action, I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder? Honorable Williams.
My name is Idem Unyime, member representing Ukana-Funoro Federal Constituency in Akwa Ibom State. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I rise to second the motion as moved by the minority leader. I so second.
Yeah, so we'll just put the question, an investigative motion, okay. Those in support, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Ayes have it. Nigeria, standing in the name of Honorable Saidu Musa Abdullahi. Honorable Abdullahi is invited to move the motion.
Silence, please. Silence, please. Honorable Unoli.
Honorable Noli, resume your seat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Said Musa Abdullahi, member representing the people of Bidagwa Kokacha Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Niger State. The motion is on the urgent need to employ all the unemployed medical doctors in Nigeria. The House notes that health professionals play central and critical roles in improving access to quality health care for the ever-growing population by providing essential services that promote health, prevent diseases, and deliver healthcare services to individuals, families, and communities based on the primary, secondary, and tertiary healthcare approaches. Also note that the World Health Organization report of 2006 disclosed that there was a severe shortage of about 4.3 million doctors, midwives, nurses, and support workers in 36 of the 57 countries in Africa. Aware that in response to the challenge of shortage of health personnel, the WHO at its 59th World Health Assembly adopted Resolution WHA 59.23, which emphasized rapid upscaling of health workforce and recognized the centrality of human resources for the effective operation of a country's health system, and also called for the use of innovative strategies to maximize health professionals' contributions. Also aware that as far back as 2006, there were more than 59 million health workers across the globe, distributed unequally between and within countries, but were found predominantly in richer countries, where health needs might be less severe. However, these numbers remain woefully insufficient to meet global health needs, as the total shortage is estimated to be around 4.3 million workers, and the gap is increasing with the...
Are we in session? Honorable colleagues, are we in session? Please, can you take your seats so that we can hear and listen to the debate?
Silence.
Honorable Linda, please take your seat. And that's not your seat, Honorable Linda. Your seat is over there. Take your seat, Honorable Linda, please. Come on. And you're not so, there's no social distance in there, please. No. It's not the protocol. You guys should be running away from each other. So can we, let's just try and, please, as best as possible, let's be as quiet as we can so that we can listen to the debates and just, let's be serious about what we're doing. Please, go ahead.
Further aware that data provided by the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria shows that there are 96,063 registered medical doctors in Nigeria. However, the total number of updated profiles stands at 53,062, and out of this figure, only 19,416 are employed by the government at all levels, while 8,121 medical doctors are employed by the private sector. That the shortfall of doctors in Nigeria is partly not because of lack of qualified personnel, but simply because of lack of deliberate action on the part of the government to make the most of what is even available. Recognizes the need to scale up the health workforce in the country in order to facilitate health planning that will deliver efficient, effective, and high-quality health services to the citizens. Concerned that as of 2019, there were more than 10,000 Nigerian health professionals in the United Kingdom, and 70 of them have received prestigious awards for their outstanding performances, and there are also thousands of Nigerian healthcare personnel in the United States of America and other European and Asian countries. Also concerned that despite the number of Nigerian healthcare providers in diaspora, with the recent outbreak of COVID-19, which has exposed the weakness of the global health system, countries around the globe, particularly the developed countries, are determined to strengthen their health system, and Nigeria must not continue to rest its situation on providence, but should rather take deliberate steps to reform its healthcare system. Observe state to attract them away. thereby creating more cap in the ratio of medical doctors to patients. And the threat of brain drain will ultimately affect the already weak healthcare system of the country. The House resolves to call on the federal government to, as a matter of urgency and national interest, come up with a work plan in collaboration with the state government to employ all the unemployed medical doctors in the country. 2, mandate the committees on labor, employment and productivity, healthcare services and legislative compliance to ensure compliance. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Nolly, you want to second? You are back in your seat. Have you been able to go around enough? Have you accomplished your mission? You need to second this before we go to amendment.
Mr. Speaker, colleagues, my name is Nolly Naji. I represent in Kano East and West Federal Constituency from Enugu State. Mr. Speaker, I want to second the motion as moved by my brother. I so second.
Let's go straight to the amendments. There's an amendment from Musa Seke Ada. You're speaking against?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm Linda Chuba-Igbiazu, representing Onitsha North and South Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, just on the face of this motion, I mean, it's beautiful to have everyone employed. Every responsible government in any country wants to have a minimum rate of unemployment. So that's wonderful. But then we now have to look at the merit or the core of the issue. It is not possible, Mr. Speaker, that all doctors or everybody will be employed. It's not even possible. You're urging the federal government to do so in collaboration with the state governments. How many hospitals, how many new hospitals have they built? We have the power here to appropriate. I don't believe that the 2020 budget that we saw any new hospitals included in the budget. So I think it's very important, Mr. Speaker, that when we make a resolution in this House, it has to be the kind of resolutions that the government, the executive, will comply. If we have to approve this sort of resolution without building more hospitals, which there's no money to build more hospitals, it is not possible to employ all doctors. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge that we should do the first thing first. Maybe we should start looking at hospitals. It does take time to build hospitals. We don't have the money. We're supposed to approve several loans today. We haven't even done that. We don't have the money. We don't even have the money to do so. So it is not possible to employ all doctors. First of all, we don't even have the data of the number of doctors we have in the country. It's not possible. It's just like saying that every lawyer must own a law firm or must be employed by established law firms. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not possible. So I am against this motion for that purpose, but not for the purpose that I don't want people to be employed. I want everybody to be employed. But is it feasible right now, Mr. Speaker? I submit that it's not feasible to do so right now. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Hi, instruction. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Carry the way.
You still make a resolution that they should do every doctor. Is it possible?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. You used to have a leadership meeting before coming. What do you mean there? Yes? Don't they have leadership meetings anymore? What's the next one?
This man there.
You can't compare that to leadership meeting. It's not.
office now. Chief Whip. Chief Whip.
He doesn't have the power.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now me or you?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My distinguished colleagues, I remain Awaji Nombek Dagomie Abiante, representing Andoni Opobo Nkoro Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, yes, we have a challenge, and the COVID-19 has become a leveler, urging us to recalibrate from all sides, all sectors. Mr. Speaker, if you remember, you even had to intervene to ensure that salaries of those who are already employed in the FCT will be paid. Mr. Speaker, we are not against expanding the health facilities. We are not against expanding the health sector. But is it very feasible to ask that all medical doctors should be employed because we are using the pandemic as a leveler? We are using the pandemic to do our analysis. The answer is no. It is very wrong to make a hasty decision under conditions like this. If we as a house take this kind of resolution, Mr. Speaker, are we also going to speak to the fact that we should employ all teachers that are not employed? Because going by the pandemic, going by the student-teacher ratio, we have a lot of teachers who are also not employed. And it is also a critical sector to be considered. If we go by the indices, the yardstick of food security, are we also going to speak to the fact that we should employ all those who studied agriculture, all those who read food science and technology, all those who read agri-engineering? The answer is no. We don't have enough infrastructure as we speak. Can we also ask that the federal government should employ all engineers? And Mr. Speaker, yes, we hope to get to this point, that we will have enough to take care of ourselves, but we should be properly guided. If we take these resolutions, are we also going to enforce it in the various states? Can you, in all honesty, compel the state governors to employ all medical doctors within the states? The answer is no. What about the local government structure? Health is on the concurrent list. The most we can do is to advise that going forward, we should be able to do a proper planning to allow us to have infrastructure, including that of health. That will
Linda had a point in the practicability, but Honorable Linda, what if the to employ as many unemployed as possible? Yeah, because I agree that maybe the language, as many as possible, makes it a little bit more practical, I think. So maybe we might need to amend the motion in that regard. Let's quickly put the question. We don't dwell too much on this motion. Amendment? What's the amendment? No, we've already had opposition to the motion. Amendment. Honorable Musa Seki Ada has an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. I am Musa Seki Ada. I represent Gadagoran Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, if I could be allowed, I would like to give support in order to buttress what Honorable Linda have raised and other speakers come after her. If not, I will go ahead with my amendments. My amendment comes out of concern. The mover of the motion have cited World Bank reports and recommendations. And we are all living witnesses. The secondary health care agencies in this country, which are located all over the local government, that is the general hospitals, are grossly understaffed by both doctors, nurses, medical laboratories, and so forth and so forth. And even the tertiary healthcare institutions, such as university teaching hospitals, are not adequately staffed. Until now, there is no government or public healthcare agency that any one of us could afford to go, because when you go there, you will be asked to stay 3 to 4 hours waiting for a doctor or waiting for a test. And that's why many of us run to private hospitals. So if we want to cap that situation, then we must encourage the government, both federal government and state governments, to employ as many as possible, if not all. The number of medical practitioners in this country are known, and they are not still adequate. Even if we employ every nurses, every medical laboratorist, every radiographer, still they will still be understaffed.
Yeah, what's the amendment on Uzekada?
Medical personnel, not only medical doctors. I so amend, Mr. Speaker.
As the amendment is almost in line with what I said, that to encourage the federal government to employ as many as possible as opposed to employ all. So, Honorable Kiruka, you want to second?
Is he amending one?
One that is amended.
Did he remove the state?
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I am Kiruka George. I represent the good people of Tukwatu, federal constituency and from Abia State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second this amendment as moved by Honorable Sadia Adam. Based on the fact that all our health centers, including the one in my state, does not have doctors. They don't have doctors in our health centers. And so if we are appropriating more money to solve the issue of COVID, we should employ more doctors to go to the hinterland and all these health centers so that they'll be able to take care of our citizens. So I second the amendment that the federal government should employ as more doctors as possible. I so second.
Those in favor of the amendment, say aye. Honorable Chinedu, what's your amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is Honorable Emeka Chinedu. Is in the federal constituency. I want to amend Prayer 1 because there's no way the federal government can employ all the medical health workers in Nigeria, especially doctors. So my amendment goes this way, that the federal government should implement the agreement between the health workers. It's amended already. No. That the federal government should implement the agreement between
you have something.
here by one agreement, by own amendment.
Read your amendment.
The federal government should implement the agreement between the health workers on the increment of their salaries and improve the condition of service of the health workers and pay their salary as at when due. That is my amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder? Oh, amendment, okay. Okay. Honorable Halims.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues. I remain Honorable Abdullah Ibrahim Halims, representing the good people of Ankpa, Omala, Olamamoro, Federal Constituency, Kogi State. I rise to support the amendment as moved by Honorable Chinedu of Mbise Local. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Those in support of the amendment.
Osai, Nicholas Osai. Mr. Speaker, my point of order is on section 16, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and section 17. And with your kind permission, I would like to read.
Yeah, go ahead.
towards ensuring the economic system is not operated in such a manner as to permit the concentration of wealth or the means of production and exchange in hands of few individuals or groups. In section 17, that in issues of every citizen shall have equality of rights, obligations and opportunity before the law. Opportunity in subscribing the job employment. Opportunity having gone to a higher institution to educate himself or herself, have a serious opportunity to be employed by his nation. Mr. Speaker, distinguished honorable colleagues, if we single out all medical doctors or health workers alone, it will be discriminatory in line with our Constitution. It will become discriminatory in the society. It will remove job opportunity for some class of people who have rigorously went to the higher institutions or some other institution of learning to acquire skills and opportunity. So when we make such resolution, it will be counterproductive and it will be going against the tenet of the principles of equity. It will go against the issue of equality before the law. It will go against the principle to assess wealth before the law. Mr. Speaker, distinguished honorable colleagues, I believe, Mr. Speaker, distinguished honorable colleagues, that what is good for one profession is good for another profession. No profession is more better than any other profession. Mr. Speaker, distinguished, every profession have a contributory effect of...
Honorable Osai, you have referred to a provision of the Constitution that is not justiciable. But let me refer you, I think what you are trying to talk about is discrimination, correct? Under the Constitution. So let me refer you to the one that is justiciable. So read section 42 of the Constitution.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't intend to employ section 42 of the Constitution.
Just read section 42 of the Constitution. Read section 42 of the Constitution, which talks about discrimination.
As directed by Mr. Speaker. No, I'm reading based on direction of Mr. Speaker. But on issue...
I want us all to be enlightened, including myself, please. Section 42.
On issue of conviction, I am convinced on the two sections I've raised. But on the directive of Mr. Speaker and the House, I intend to read section 40. Section 42 of the Constitution. A citizen of Nigeria of a particular community, ethnic group, place of origin, sex, religion, or political opinion shall not, by reason only that he is such a person, be subjected either expressly or in the practical application of any law enforced in Nigeria or any executive or administrative action of the government of disabilities or restrictions to which citizens of Nigeria of other community, ethnic groups, place of origin, circumstances of birth, sex, religious or political opinions are not made to subject or be accorded either expressly or by in the practical applications of any law enforced in Nigeria or any such executive or administrative action, any privilege or advantage that is not accorded to citizens of Nigeria of other communities, other groups, place of...
Based on discrimination. The constitutional order that addresses the issue of discrimination in the Constitution is section 42. Now what you have just read, it lists the basis upon which you are not, or the categories which you are not allowed to discriminate on. Profession is not one of those listed. It talks about ethnicity, religion, sex, and several other. It does not talk about profession. So
what is not like what is good for the goose. Right now, the health is different from teaching. Teaching is different from legal profession. I think this matter does not fall under discrimination against professions in any way at all. Point of order, overruled. Can we just put the question? Those in support of the motion, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. The ayes have it. Siting of oil and gas stations as well as the tank farms within residential areas, standing in the name of Honorable Chike Okafor. Honorable Okafor is invited to move the motion. Honorable Okafor, my attention was drawn to the fact that we had already passed the motion on this exact issue. My attention was drawn to that.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we have also looked at what we have available. The need to
because of legislative time, if the issue has already been addressed, I don't know who you discussed with because you said you've all agreed. If the issue has already been addressed, then we're going to spend another 15 minutes, even if it's for a short period. Aspect that is a complete departure, maybe we can just quickly run through it and just refer it back to that committee, but so that we don't waste too much time. That's why I'm trying to draw your attention to that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are on the same page. The Sergius Ogun's committee, ad hoc committee, is a little bit restricted. This is a little bit broader. Need to investigate compliance with all rights of way in Nigeria, siting of oil and gas stations, as well as tank farms within residential areas. The House notes that right of way is a type of easement or access granted or reserved over land for usage purposes such as highways, railways transportation, electricity transmission lines, oil and gas pipelines. This stands for siting of oil and gas stations, canals and flood plains, and any encroachment or abuse constitutes a greater danger and puts the lives of many innocent people at risk. Also notes the reoccurring pipeline fire disasters in almost all the states in Nigeria with devastating effects, high casualty rates, and untold hardships to Nigerians, a situation which has been alleged to be mostly linked to the abuse of pipeline right of way by individuals, organizations, and corporate bodies, as the safety distance zone right of way remains between 600 and 700 feet, which is being flagrantly abused. Further notes the indiscriminate and hazardous siting of oil and gas stations, as well as tank farms within and around residential areas against the approved distance of safety and prevention of health hazards, with the recent Ijegu tank farm and Magodo gas plant explosions, which recorded loss of lives and destruction of properties due to their locations within residential areas. Aware that there are over 400 filling stations located within and around residential buildings in Nigeria, and pollution from petrol stations could contaminate buildings as far as 100 meters, and the minimum safety distance of 50 meters is required. But regrettably, this has constantly been abused, and the situation calls for urgent attention. Concerned that indiscriminate violation of power lines right of way portends great danger, as the mandatory safety distance of 11 meters for 12 to 33 kVA lines, or 5.5 meters on both sides, while 30 meters should be observed on 132 kVA line, that is 50 meters on both sides, is not being observed for 330 kVA lines, or 25 meters on both sides, has not been obeyed, and the situation remains hazardous. Also aware that communication cable lines and accessories have approved safety area of 5 meters from structures, trading, hawking, and other human activities, but it's unfortunate that such space has been under great abuse and there is an urgent need to look at the environmental impact assessment carried out while the cables were being laid, in line with approved international safety standards. Aware that the rail transportation constitutes a human, and railway safety zones have been converted to trading spots and structures illegally erected within the railway line safety zone against the 3 to 50 meters safety distance to the rail track. Cognizant that all rights of way were lawfully created for ease of operations and smooth running of various sectors and businesses, and as such, any encroachment in those areas of safety is hazardous and portends great danger to lives and property. The House is advised to resolve, with a slight amendment to what is in this order paper, to refer this motion to the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation pipeline rights of way, siting of tank farms, electricity power lines, communication cable railway lines, highways, and the role of all relevant approving and enforcement government agencies to prevent future disaster and report back for further legislative action. Mr. Speaker, these are so...
Honorable Bukar Ganaka. Honorable Bukar Ganaka.
Honorable Princess Miriam, can you please second?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is Honorable Princess Miriam Odinaka Onogo. I represent all the people of Isi Alamba, Onimo, Okigwe Federal Constituency. I'm from Imo State. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I rise to second this motion, ably moved by my brother, Honorable Chike Okam. I so second.
Honorable Gani, I knew you wanted to contribute to this, but the matter was already taken by this House. The matter was already taken by this House, so we're not going to debate it or send it to any other committee. So the matter, Honorable Buba, what's the amendment? The problem is that the same matter, the same committee. So if we refer to the main committee now, then the two of them will be investigating the same thing. And that will not... the question, those in support of the motion, please say aye.
It's boldly written in the
Quick announcement, honorable colleagues. As you are aware, this 9th Assembly will be a year on the 10th, and in that regard, for the 9th Assembly, and also copies of the committee's activity reports to my office by the 9th of June. All committee reports, all oversight reports, activity reports, and an action plan for the committee is pleased to be submitted to my office by the 9th, preparatory to our 1-year anniversary on the 10th. That's for the committee leadership, chairman and deputy chairman.
Honorable members are
The on the investigation into the failure of the board of the conduct its mandatory constitutional and statutory audit, and failure to submit the audit report to the Auditor General for the Federation, and failure in the transmission of the audit report for the National Assembly. Standing in the name of Honorable Zakaria Dauda Nyapa, Honorable Nyapa is invited to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm Honorable Zakaria Dauda Nyapa, member representing Madagascar Capital constituency. I stand to step down my motion for now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, motion, step down. Economy in Nigeria, standing in the name of Honorable Abbas Adegun. Honorable Adegun is invited to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, honorable colleagues. Good afternoon. My name is Honorable Abbas.
the speaker, please.
The people of Southeast local government, if I Northeast local government, if I know your state. My motions is a need to make adequate plan and prepare for a post-oil economy in Nigeria. House notes that as a result of technological development and breakthrough, many advanced countries of the world have indicated their intention to phase out the production of the vital power by petrol and disease and replacement them with a one power by renewable energy at various times before 2040. Also note that the government of France, United Kingdom, and the Holland have stated their plans to ban the sale of diesel and city. Further note, some companies have started the production of electric cars and non-rigid solar panel to provide the electricity in a home and a replacement for noisy, unwinding, gas-pushing electricity plants. And for example of such company is Tesla in US, in America Electric Company, which produced about 80,000 electric cars in 2016, 100,000 electric cars in 2017,
86,555 electric cars in 2019. Aware that the implication of this is that no distant time, crude oil will have lost its global economic value and relevancies. Also aware that on 27 April 2020, British Oil and Gas Plant, BP, declared a quarterly loss of $4.4 billion as against the profit of $2.6 billion made in the first quarter of 2019, which is a testament to the fact that the oil and gas sector is already in crisis. Further aware that as a result of the deadly COVID-19 pandemic, even the world now, crude oil now selling for as low as $18.95 price and do not have adequate storage facility in the country. Concerned that this development is bound to adversely affect the nation's economy if adequate plans are not made in the preparation for a post-oil economy, as more than 80% of our foreign exchange income is realized from the sales of crude oil. Also concerned that the continuous dependence on the crude oil is failing Nigeria as an era of oil is gone, and it will be disruptive if we continue to base our development project on the crude oil, and Nigeria is never going to become India. In 1957, agriculture formed 86% of our export revenue, but today the figure is less than 3%, as the country has gone from being a net export in agricultural products to a net importer of a food product. Concerning that Saudi Arabia, despite its massive oil reserve, is working on exiting toward the vision of 2030, which require it to diversity from the dependence on oil. Also concerned that United Arab Emirates, despite being a young nation, has managed to diversity its economy from almost complete reliance on oil in the 90% of their GDP coming from non-oil sector of the economy, such as aviation, tourism, and the services sectors. Convinced that this present awake is blessing in disguise, as it should be compared to the government to take far-reach action, confused that Nigeria diversification should be embraced agricultural as the primary sector embark for development, because agriculture is the key to ensure food security and sustenance. Further confused that with about 60% of its land access to arable, Nigeria is capable of becoming the food basket to the rest of the Africa. And in the process, it can capture substantial portion of the 48 billion that go toward the food import in Africa every year. Again, confused that when the huge opportunity of agriculture are combined of prosperity and sustainability, we battle for our nation. Resolve to, number one, urge the federal government to direct its energy, resources, and focus on how to diversity of economy from dependence on oil to affect the looming implosion. Number two, also urge the federal government to liberalize the land tenure system to make it possible and easy for some of the 27 million unemployment Nigeria to have access to land to engage in farming. Number three, further urge federal government to set up a special committee to deliberate
on the post-oil economy in Nigeria and make appropriate recommendations that will guarantee for survival of this nation's economics. Number 4, and the last one, mandate the Committee on Petroleum Resources and Downstream, Upstream, and National Planning and Economic Development to ensure and compliance. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I so move.
Second. You can second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues.
Jaha, yeah.
Ahmed Jaha Babao is my name. Chibok Dambuwa Goza Federal Constituency is where I represent. I rise to second the motion eloquently moved by my humble friend, Honorable Abbas Adiogun from Oyo State. I so second. Thank you.
I think it's straightforward.
Chairman SDG.
So we'll just they're asking for amendment. They're asking for they put the question, but they have a right to amend the motion. So, Honorable Linda, what's your amendment? And Prince.
Mr. Speaker, I have one amendment. I am in support of this motion, but I believe that the committee, since the essence is to move away from over-reliance on oil, I believe that the committee that should actually be in charge of it should be national planning, Committee on National Planning, and maybe legislative compliance. I don't see what committees on petroleum should do, since the idea is to have a plan that will take us away from this petroleum. I don't see what they're doing there. So national planning should have that, and legislative compliance. That's just my amendment, Mr. Speaker, but I support the motion.
The proper committee should be national planning and legislative compliance. Any seconder? Prince, okay, Prof. Then please, you have your own separate amendment, right? Prof.
Second the amendment ably proposed by Right Honorable Linda Piazu. I so second.
Those in support of the amendment moved by Honorable Linda, supported by Prof, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Ayes have it.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Uchichuku Namubi, and I represent the good people of Ahode West and Oba Ibemen in the Federal Constituency from Rivers State. Mr. Speaker, while I agree with the body of the motion, I'd like that the mover of the motion do delete 1, because I know that the federal government has been on and on about diversification, so I don't think there's need for the repetition. 2, Mr. Speaker, we know that the Land Tenure Act does not lie. In fact, land is not in the hands of the federal government. It's a state matter, and then we have to look at the concurrent and the exclusive list to know what we're also talking about. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the 4th one, which has already been moved by Honorable Linda. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder? Honorable Usi. Prestige? Okay, Honorable Abiante.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. He has
she was very big. Oh.
Land management is not in the hands of the federal government, it's in the hands of the states. And it is also a constitutional matter. Thank you.
Those in support, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. The ayes have it. Amended, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Ayes have it. Honorable colleagues, the 12th order of the day is consideration of report of the Committee on Finance on the revised 2020 to 2022 medium-term expenditure report was laid on Tuesday, 2nd June 2020. Honorable James Abiodun Faleke to move for its consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is James Abiodun Faleke. I represent Ikeja Federal Constituency from Lagos. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I move that the House do consider the report of the Committee on Finance on the revised 2020-22 medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper and approve the recommendations therein. That the National Assembly should, as a matter of urgency, amend the Fiscal Responsibility Act in order to make it more responsive to prevent and to present-day realities. That all agencies of government must submit their revenue performance to the National Assembly on a monthly basis. That the excess crude account has no backing of the law. The committee therefore recommends that the account be scrapped with immediate effect and comply with sections 881 of the 99th Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended. That the crude oil benchmark is recommended to be increased by $3, thereby increasing from $25 to $28 per barrel. That the oil production output should be at 1.8 million barrels per day. No, not 1.9, it was an error. 1.8 million barrels per day. Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, I so move.
Honorable Chris.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker, my respected colleague. Mr. Speaker, my name is Honorable Chris Emeka Azubog. I rise to second the motion ably moved by the Chairman House Committee on Finance for the consideration of the late report. I so move. I so second.
Okay, those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Ayes have it. Order of the day is consideration of the report on the Committee on Loans, Aids and Debt Management on the 2016 to 2018 Federal Government External Borrowing Rolling Plan. Honorable members will recall that the report was laid on Thursday, 5th March 2020. Honorable Ahmed Abu Safana to move for its consideration. Honorable Safana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My respected honorable colleagues, I do move that the House do consider the report of the Committee on AIDS Loan and Debt Management on the 2016 to 2018 Federal Government External Borrowing Rolling Plan and approve the recommendation therein. 1. That the federal government should source funding for the Port Harcourt to Maiduguri rail line in the next borrowing plan. Approve, number 2, approve the underlisted ongoing negotiation of external borrowing in the sum of $22,798,773,000. So I move. I so move, sir.
Any second, Honorable Koko?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I come
under Order 9, Rule 6, the combined reading of Order 9, Rule 6, page
Sorry, what page again? 39. Order 9, Rule 6. Okay.
the combined reading of Order 9, Rule 6, and the House votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 12th May, 2020, page 2381. It says, it goes to the effect that it shall be out of order to attempt to reconsider any specific question upon which the House has come to a conclusion during the current session, except upon substantive motion. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that one of the items that is subject for consideration here, which is Chinese loan, is already subject of investigation of this House. And I believe that if we have to take a decision on this, it has to be knowledge-based. So I believe that it will be prudent on our part and better for the House to step that down, the one relating to China, until we have that investigation completed, so that we can be well informed in the decision we have to take. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Toby. I think you cited the order incorrectly. It's not Order 9, Rule 6, it's Order 9, Rule 1, Sub Rule 6. And let me read it again. It says it shall be out of order to attempt to reconsider any specific question. The operative word is specific. Specific question, not general question. And I don't think that this matter has been considered by this House or deliberated upon this by this House. Not even in general terms, let alone specific terms. So you're ruled out of order. Who's seconding the... Okay, Coco, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. I rise, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Coco. I represent the good people of Coco, Basi and Moyama Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I'm from Kebbi State. I rise to second that the House consider report from the chairman on aid, loan, and deposit. I so second, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Who's reading point of order?
Come and use this.
Okay. My point of order is the constitutional order actually on Section 88, 2B and C, 2A and B of the Nigerian Constitution, which...
Section 88? 88? Okay.
A and B, which gives the power to the National Assembly, especially Chamber, the powers to investigate. And I will quickly read two, A and B, so that I do not waste the legislative time. Now, subject to the provisions, that is 1, 2. The powers conferred on the National Assembly under the provision of this section are exercisable only for the purpose of enabling it to, 1, make laws with respect to any matter within its legislative competence and correct any defects in existing laws. And 2,
expose corruption, inefficiency, or waste in the execution or administration of laws within the legislative competence, and in the disbursement of or administration of funds appropriated by it. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that the reference to loans from China, which this Honorable House in trying to help the Nigerian electorate come to terms with the controversies over the Chinese loans ahead, to give a committee powers to investigate something that will expose corruption, contain waste, and we go ahead and appropriate more money. So if the ad hoc committee or the committee that's investigating do find out that the Chinese funds are actually in error, or if we approve this loan, or what is going to be presented before us, are we referring this also to the committee that's already doing some investigation? How are we exercising this function given to this parliament to look at legislation made, including appropriations and other areas of spending, and make sure that all investigations come to a conclusion and are properly guided, so that we don't allow Nigeria to waste this money. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pat. I'm going to read what you just read again. Section 88, subsection 2, and you referred to paragraph B. Expose corruption, inefficiency, or waste in the execution or administration of laws within the legislative competence and in the disbursement or administration of funds appropriated by it. We're not talking about funds that have been appropriated now. We're actually seeking to an approval. We're not appropriating funds. We're not even there yet. So you're ruled out of order. Those in support, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. The ayes have it. The House Leader, please move that the House resort to the Committee of Supply.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Ado Dogwa is my name. Mr. Speaker, I represent Dogwa Tudumada Federal Constituency. Honorable members, I am from Kano State. I rise to move that this House do resolve to Committee of Supply to consider reports. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I so move.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Leader. Okay, Honorable Flata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is Dr. Flata. I represent the Independent Constituency, Mr. Speaker, from the Gulf State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion every moved by the Leader of the House, that the House will resolve into the Committee of Supply to report progress. I so second.
Those against, please say nay. The ayes have it. Right.
It's only recommendations.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable. Committee on Finance on the revised 2020 to 2022 medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper. And I invite Honorable Faleke to give us a brief synopsis of the report.
I ask them now. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name is James Abiodun Faleke. I represent Ikeja Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, before us is the MTF, the amendment of the MTF of 2020-22,
Resume your seat.
which we had initially approved.
Resume your seat.
Initially approved late last year, but due to COVID-19, which has affected the economies of the world, it becomes a necessity for the budget 2020 to be achieved. It becomes necessary for us to amend the MTF due to the prevailing circumstances. So the critical areas, the parameters to look at is the crude oil prices, which has declined sharply in the world markets from 72 per barrel in late 2020 and has come as low as $20 and now has just gone up to $38 per barrel. Unfortunately, we had set our benchmark price at $57 per barrel. Now that the price is about $38, we are proposing a $28 per barrel benchmark. Of course, the OPEC, in order to control the price fall, decided to have production costs. And so our production was on 2.18 million barrels per day before. It has now been cut down to 1.9, and we are still proposing 1.8 million barrels per day for this MTEC. 1.8 million. 1.8 as against the 1.9. And of course, we are maintaining the exchange rate of 360 naira to a dollar. It's significant to note that the reason for increase in the benchmark price has to do with the prevailing circumstances we find ourselves. The budget amendment before us is on 4.41, negative 4.41 growth, negative. And we need to find a way of mitigating against also the 4.5 million deficits in the budget. So we propose that the extra income to be earned from the $3 increase be used judiciously to do that. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, we have observed, the committee observed clearly that for us to go ahead and make meaningful impact in this country, we need to look at the FRA Act and amend the FRA Act. We also recommended that the excess crude oil account, which has been maintained year in, year out, be scrapped because it is not in line with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, these are just the summary. Every other parameters are submitted by the executive, which has been attached. Everything stands. We agree with all that. We so submit, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Minority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I want to move that in considering this report, in line with what the committee has submitted, I want to move that item 5, before we start, should be amended to reach $1.8 million to make it realistic. To make it realistic, that we amend 1.9 to reach 1.8, so that we will not be overshooting ourselves.
I agree with you. I saw the correction, but maybe when we get there, since we're going line by line, so we'll go straight to the recommendations. Recommendation 1. Four. Recommendation 5.
I want to move that we change the production output to read 1.8 million per barrel instead of 1.9. I so move. 1.8 million barrel per day. Per day. No, you have not carried it. No.
I think there was an error there, genuine error. I didn't hear this. The guy is 1 point. Finance. Are you seconding that?
It must have been typographical error.
In my presentation, I read 1.8 because this was
Recommendation number 5.
The question on the amendment.
Those in favor of the amendment to 1.8. Carried? We had moved past. It's important, but we have passed it. We can't go back now. Unless we move a motion for decision, which we can't. We'll discuss it later. What's your observation? What number? We're not going back. Let me make it clear. We're not going back, but just for the academic exercise.
Mr. Speaker, recommendation number 3, that the excess crude account has no backing of the law. The committee therefore recommends that the account be scrapped with immediate effect and comply with Section 80, 81 of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended. Mr. Chairman, what I want to draw our attention is that if you look at Section 80, there is an exemption to this provision because they are talking about estimates. Our medium-term expenditure framework is on the basis of estimates. So any money accruing to the Federation, except, I so read, number 8, not be revenue or other money payable under the Constitution or any act of the National Assembly into any other public funds of the Federation established for a specific purpose. What I'm trying to draw our attention, Mr. Speaker, if, for example, we now allow excess money based on benchmark or crude price to go into the Federation account directly, then it will lead into a lot of confusions. Number 1, if we now said the crude is 33 naira, and at the end of the day it's 37 naira, it's $37. Now, if you allow $37 to now hit Federation account directly, if there's any deficit in other revenue sources, automatically it will nullify it. Now, since there's an act established by this National Assembly for the establishment of sovereign wealth funds, so I want to suggest that any excess over our estimated crude price should directly go to excess crude account. But if we allow it to go back into federation account, it will bring into a lot of confusions. Thank you.
I think we all know that the issue of excess crude oil, crude account, everybody has said that is illegal because there's no law backing it. And this house, or this to the excess crude account, we really cannot monitor it. And if what you read out in section 80 says by any federation account or any act by the National Assembly. So really, what we're trying to do is to legalize the excess crude oil by setting it up properly by law, which will even also give us the powers to investigate it. So, and then after we take it to the federation account, I want you to quickly bring a law to set up the excess crude account so that it will be done properly. Let's move on. The second report is to be considered is that of the Committee on Loans, Aid and Debt Management of the 2016 to 2018 Federal Government External Borrowing Rolling Plan, and I invite Safara to give a synopsis of the report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The synopsis are, Mr. Chairman, sir, honorable colleagues, the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, you may recall on Tuesday, 28th of November 2019, read a communication from the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces forwarding a request for approval of the House of Representatives in respect of proposed Federal Government 2016 to 2018 External Borrowing Rolling Plan. The communication, together with the attached schedule of the project, were referred to the Committee on Loan and Foreign Debt for further legislative action. The request of Mr. President is in compliance with the provision of the Debt Management Office Establishment Act 2003, DMO, and the Physical Responsibility Act 2007, FRA, which both enjoin the President to seek and obtain approval from the National Assembly in respect of external guidelines for external and domestic borrowing issued by DMO pursuant to its powers under the DMO Act, requires that all ties of government of the Federation shall borrow only under the following conditions. 1. Shall specify the purpose for which the borrowing is intended, which shall be for long-term capital expenditure and human capital development. Such borrowing shall be on concessional terms and low interest rate and with reasonably long amortization period. 3. Shall present a cost-benefit analysis detailing the economic and social benefit of the purpose for which the intended borrowing will be applied. 4. Shall provide satisfactory proof of the existence of the prior authorization in the appropriation law for the purpose for which the borrowing is to be utilized. 5. Such borrowing shall have the approval of relevant executive council. 6. Such borrowing shall be approved by resolution of the relevant legislative assembly. 7. Such external borrowing shall be executed by and on behalf of the federal government by the Minister of Finance or any other person the minister may design designate a writing. Financial institutions and development agencies are required by the above statutes to request and obtain the rule of compliance with the provision of Part 10 of the Physical Responsibility Act before lending to any government in the Federation. Okay, so the summary and details of the report is as follows. The committee notes with utmost importance the genuine and very serious concern of Nigerians about the level and the sustainability serviceably of our borrowing activities in the decade. Number two, the committee further notes that our debt service figures constitute a huge drain on our revenue to the extent that it accounts for over 30% of our expenditure in the annual budget. Number three, the committee notes that due to the shortfall in our annual revenues in relation to our need for rapid infrastructural and human capital development, we have had to pass deficit budget every year, requiring us to borrow to finance the deficit in our budget. Four, the committee notes that in September 2016, the President and the Commander-in-Chief transmitted a communication to the House requesting a resolution of the 8th Assembly then approving its medium-term external borrowing plan. The committee notes that the communication did not contain the full details of all the projects in respect of the various funds required. The acting President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, by its communication in June 2017, requested that the House of Representatives separately consider the projects belonging to component states of the Federation for accelerated approval. Following the above communication, the Committee on AIDS Loan and Debt Management of the 8th Assembly considered the request of several states, including Kaduna State of $350 million from World Bank Development Policy Operations, Katsina State Government $110 million for Islamic Development Bank for the purpose of health system projects, and the House of Representatives passed the resolution providing the same. This committee reviewed the presentation and the facts which form the basis of the resolution of the 8th Assembly approving both loans, and having found no circumstances or information warranting the departure from this resolution, has adopted the resolution as it is recommended in this respect. The committee notes that on the 17th December 2019, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria forwarded the 2016 to 2018 external borrowing rolling plan together with the attached schedule to the House for consideration and approval. The committee notes that out of the total borrowing request of 22.8 billion, the sum of 17.6 is for fund proposed to borrow from China Exim Bank. Conclusion. The committee, arising from the above, after exhaustive deliberation and consideration, the committee hereby recommends as follows: that the House do approve the underlisted ongoing negotiation of external borrowing in the sum of 22 billion 898 million. So I so move for the recommendation to be considered. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am Philip Kaunezeka. I represent the good people of Super Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am from Abia State. Mr. Speaker, I have a colleagues. I am standing here this afternoon to speak as a member representing the Super Federal Constituency. Secondly, I am standing also here to speak as Deputy Chief Whip of the House, who got this position because I am from Southeast. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, before I move on, I have to commend you and thank you very well on behalf of my constituency and on behalf of the good people from Southeast. Because what we are doing today, this particular contribution would have been done months back. Mr. Speaker, I also know that considering a lot of issues, this loan could have passed that day. But Mr. Speaker, we looked at it and we approached you as members from Southeast that the loan did not concern projects from Southeast. And you assured us that you will look at this details and that you will consult wisely. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, for people who do not know, you went out of your way to engage the executive, of which most of the period I was in those meetings. And to cut a long story short, we tried, and you tried, as a Speaker of the House of Representatives, to make sure that Southeast is accommodated in this particular loan, this particular batch, so to speak. But after consulting with the stakeholders, they made us to understand that it's not possible to attack the loan that we have. Just yesterday, you still canvassed that certain provisions should still be made for Southeast and other zones that are not represented in this loan. And they told us that it's not possible because it's an agreement that has been entered. And so this afternoon, I stand here to say that as a member of House of Representatives and as somebody who is representing my zone, that this is a bitter pill for me to swallow, that we are passing this loan and my zone is not my zone is not accommodated. But I am going out here with a fulfillment that I have a speaker and members of the House of Representatives, including the leaders, who listened to us from A to Z. We got an assurance that yes, that from the executive, that there will be a proviso in this particular document to state that the subsequent loan down my zone will be carried along. And so, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, this is a matter of privilege, please. I'm not debating emotion. And I say, Mr. Speaker, I commend you for stepping this loan down for this month, for us to make our input. And I say, thank you. But please, use your good office to make sure that the commitment we got from Ministry of Finance yesterday,
is carried to the letter so that my people would know that they are Nigerians and they belong to Nigeria, and this nation is one, because we must begin to do things that unite us instead of doing things that will divide us. I so submit.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chairman, sir.
Chairman.
Honorable Chairman, honorable members, constituency. Similar concerns were raised by members from the Northeast with regard to this law. And as rightly captured by the Deputy Chief Whip, having secured a commitment from the executive to the effect that there will be a proviso in this loan that subsequent loan will also be committed to the rehabilitation of the Port Harcourt Maiduguri rail line. It was on that basis of that commitment and proviso that will be included into this bill that will subsequently be law that the Northeast has agreed for the passage of this loan with the firm commitment and agreement that the subsequent loan, Maiduguri Port Harcourt, which covers the Northeast and the Southeast, will also be included in the rehabilitation project. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I don't want us to deviate much from our rules and procedures on consideration of reports and open up a report to yet another debate. But I think it's at this point, I'm talking about the House and the leadership. As was rightly observed, this was passed by the Senate last year, or months ago. It was brought to this House last year. The wisdom of the House and the leadership, because of the issues and the sentiments that were brought forth, that some people have not been represented, it was even unusual, but we stepped it down. And we've stepped it down for this long, whilst exploring ways and means and avenues to accommodate as much as we can. And every step of the way, every suggestion was met by legal blocks, very legal roadblocks, including the fact that an agreement that has already been made cannot be changed. We either approve wholesale or not approve. We cannot change an agreement that has already been made by international bodies. We tried a couple of other things, and that didn't work either. For the first time, and I'm not sure we've done this in the history of approvals in this House that I can remember, we've gone out of our way to include a clause in no uncertain terms specifying a certain project that in our next borrowing plan, that is the Port Harcourt, Maiduguri, because mind you, it's the two, it's not about the Southeast, the Northeast was also complaining. And we inserted the clause, and we met as leadership with the Minister of Finance for this yesterday. And we show, and I told her, this is the clause we're putting into this report. Do we have your commitment that at the next borrowing plan, this will be included? That's going out of our way legislatively, that the Port Harcourt Maiduguri Road must be a part of, or we will not consider any report, any borrowing plan if that is not included. And we got her word. So I think a lot has gone into this. It has taken months, and I'm only seeking for the understanding of our colleagues from the Northeast and our colleagues from the Southeast that we allow this rather than throw the baby away with the bathwater. Because all of us will agree one thing, that there's a wide, massive infrastructural deficit in this country. And that we need to bridge that gap. Otherwise, we will forever remain an underdeveloped, not even developing, underdeveloped nation if we cannot develop our infrastructure. And this is what these loans are meant for. So I'm pleading, I'm asking that we please understand with us, and let us be, at this point, nationalistic, and not run to your tents, O Israel. I'm from Southwest, I'm from North Central. Even North Central had a complaint, the Deputy Speaker. But he took a nationalistic approach. So let us not begin to do that. A mistake has been made and it has been corrected for the future. So we move to the recommendations. Recommendation number 1. Carried. So what do we do?
Mr. Chairman, honorable members, I rise to move that this House do revert to plenary and report progress. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I so move. Thank you.
My name is Abubakar Samflata. I represent Berniwa Krika Samaguri Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Jigawa State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by the leader of the House that the House do revert to plenary to report progress. I so second.
Honorable colleagues, the House and the Committee of Supply considered the report of the Committee on Finance on the revised 2020-2022 medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper and approved recommendations 1 to 4. and approve recommendation 5 as amended. The House also considered the report of the Committee on Loans, Aids and Debt Management of the 2016 to 2018 Federal Government External Borrowing Rolling Plan and approved recommendations 1 and 2 of the report. Leader.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Right Honorable Members, respected Honorable Members of the House. I rise to move that this House do adopt the report of the Committee of the Whole as reported in plenary by the Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members, I so move for such adoption.
Honorable O.C. Prestige, please second.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished honorable colleagues, do I have any choice? Do I have a choice? Mr. Speaker, distinguished honorable colleagues, I am Honorable Prestige O.C., member representing the people of Aba North and South Federal Constituency. I am from Abia State. Mr. Speaker, you're a very good leader that observes the countenance of your colleagues and members, and I want to commend you for that. I support that this House be adjourned, but for you to also listen to us as your brothers. Anytime we are raising issues, give us listening ears as a leader so that we can flow on the same page. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Appreciate you. Thank you for your maturity and your sense of duty and commitment to nation building. Those in favor of the adoption of the report, please say aye. And those against, please say nay. The ayes have it. The consideration of a bill for an act to repeal the Animal Diseases Control Act, laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, and enact the Animal Disease Control Bill for the purpose of prevention, detection, control, and eradication of infectious and contagious, transboundary, and zoonotic animal diseases, the prevention of antimicrobial resistance through the control and regulation of the use and administration of veterinary biologics, veterinary drugs and chemicals in animals, animal products, and medicated animal feeds, as well as the sales and distribution of pet foods, devices, and other veterinary products, and for the enhancement of animal welfare and food safety, and any other matters connected therewith. Honorable members will recall that the bill was committed to the Committee of the Whole on Wednesday, 20 November 2019. Honorable Mohammed Tahir Mongono will move for its consideration.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, my name is Mohammed Tahir Mongono. I represent Marte Mongono, Gaza Federal Constituency, Borno State. I hereby move for the consideration of a bill for an act to repeal the Animal Disease Control Act, CAF A17, laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, and enact the Animal Diseases Control Bill for the purpose of prevention, detection, control, and eradication of infectious and contagious, transboundary, and the zoonotic animal diseases, the prevention of antimicrobial resistance through the control and regulation of the use and administration of veterinary biologics, veterinary drugs and chemicals in animals, animal products, and medicated animal feeds, as well as the sale and distribution of pet foods, veterinary medical devices, and other veterinary products, and for the enhancement of animal welfare and food safety, and for other matters concerned therewith, be considered in the Committee of the Whole. I so move.
Yes. I think you're going to second this one. Yes. Honorable Maita.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Sanuma Aruf Miwaki, member representing Mujibur Ungogo Federal Constituency. I am from Kano State. I rise to second the motion moved by Honorable Doti Mugunu. I so second.
Those in support, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Ayes have it. A bill for an act to repeal the National Commission for Refugees Act, laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, and enact the National Commission for Refugees, Migrants, and Internally Displaced Persons Act for the management, rehabilitation, return, reintegration, and resettlement of refugees, migrants, and victims of displacement, and the retarded and related matters. Honorable members will recall that the bill was committed to the 4th July 2019. Honorable Mohammed Mongono will move for his consideration.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, my name is Mohammed Tahir Mongono. I represent Martin Mongono, Ganze Federal Constituency of Borno State. I hereby move that a bill for an act to repeal the National Commission for Refugees Act, CAF 21, laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, and enact the National Commission for Refugees, Migrants, and Internally Displaced Persons Act for the management, rehabilitation, return, reintegration, and resettlement of refugees, migrants, and victims of displacement, and for related matters, be considered in the committee of the whole. I so move.
Honorable Koko.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I remain Honorable Koko. I represent the good people of Koko, Besi, and Mayama Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I'm from Kebbi State. I rise to second the motion as ably moved by honorable colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sixteenth order of the day is okay. Those in support of the motion, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Ayes have it. Bill for an act to repeal the Nigerian Film Corporation Act, Cap N109, laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, and enact the Nigerian Film Commission Act 2020 to regulate and develop the film industry in Nigeria and for related matters. Honorable members will recall that the bill was committed to the Committee of the Whole on Thursday, 13 February 2020. Honorable Odebumi Olusegun will move for his consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Odebumi Olusegun is my name. I represent the good people of Surulere Ogola Federal Constituency.
The good of Surulere. Is that in behind the constitution? Is it one of the local governments?
Mr. Speaker, that is the origin of Mr. Speaker.
You can take your matter a step down. We'll take it on Tuesday.
The Nigeria Film Commission Act 220 to regulate and develop the film industry in Nigeria and for related matter, HD 34. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Second.
Sir. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues, my name remains Honorable James Adisawolabi, representing Ivakoja Ifera constituency. I'm from Lagos. I rise to second the motion. Thank you.
Those in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Ayes have it. That needs to be discussed with you. See the Deputy Speaker, either now or later on. Yeah. The 17th order of the day is consideration of report of the Committee on Army on the recent attack by the Boko Haram insurgents at Aunod village in Borno State. Honorable members will recall that the report was laid on Tuesday, 19th May 2020. Honorable Abdul Razak Namdas will move for its consideration. Honorable Namdas.
Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name is Abdul Razak Namdas. I represent the good people of Ganye, Jada, Tongoma, Beloa. I am from Adamawa State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the House do consider the report on the so move, Mr. Speaker.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Ulabi, why are you laughing at that? Honorable Umi, go ahead, please.
Fellow honorable members in the House, my name is Omowumi Olubumi Ogunola. I'm representing all the good people of Ijero, Ekiti West, Efon. I'm from Ekiti State. I rise to second the motion has been moved. I rise to second the bill has been moved by Honorable Namdas. Thank you.
Those in support, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. The ayes have it. 18th order of the day is consideration of a report on the ad hoc committee on the $10 million US dollar bribery and tatives. Honorable members will recall that the report was laid on Thursday, 28 May 2020. Honorable Henry Nwauba will move for its consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, my name's Honorable Gideon Fitila Goroki, member representing Wilk, Shelon Federal Constituency from Adamawa State. Mr. Speaker, I'm here to represent Mr. Henry, who has just gone out for reasons for him best known to him. Mr. Speaker, this is the executive summary of the ad hoc committee. On Tuesday, 28 April 2020.
Abbas, you've been quiet. This is what I'm calling Abbas. He's been quiet and he's been raising his hands, but unfortunately, all day.
Right, Honorable Speaker, my honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Tajuddin Abbas. I represent Zaire Federal Constituency. I'm from Kaduna State. I rise to second the motion ably moved by the ad hoc committee chairman. I so second. Thank you.
Those in support of the motion, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Ayes have it. Please move that the House resolve to the Committee of the Whole to consider the report.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I rise as directed by the Honorable Speaker to move that this House do resolve to Committee of the Whole to consider reports. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I so move.
Second?
Sir, honorable colleagues, I am Lawan Shetima Ali, representing Bursari Gaidami Nusari Federal Constituency. I rise to second the motion ably moved by the leader, sir.
Yeah, those in support of the motion, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Ayes have it. The House resolves. See how untidy this is.
Respected colleagues, the first bill to be considered is for an act to repeal the Animal Disease Control Act, Cap A17 Laws of the Federation of Nigeria, 2004, and enact the Animal Disease Control Bill for the purpose of prevention, detection, control, and eradication of infectious and contagious transboundary and zoonotic animal diseases, the prevention of antimicrobial resistance through the control and regulations of the use and administration of veterinary biologics, veterinary drugs and chemicals in animals, animal productions, and medicated animal feeds, as well as sales and distribution of pet foods, veterinary medical devices, and other veterinary products, and for the enhancement of animal welfare and food safety and any other matters connected therewith. I hereby invite Honorable Mohammed Tahir Monguno to give us the synopsis of the report.
Honorable Chairman, honorable members, my name is Mohammed Tahir Monguno. I represent Marche Monguno, Gaza Federal Constituency of Borno State. Mr. Chairman, honorable members, this bill essentially seeks to regulate the consumption, slaughter, and sale of animals, especially against the backdrop of the fact that there is avalanche of animal diseases that is being transferred to humans as a result of careless handling of those animals. A classical case is COVID-19, which is a disease that was passed from animals to human beings as a result of carelessness and non-handling of animal slaughter, production, and consumption very well. So this bill essentially seeks to regulate the sale, slaughter, and consumption of animals with a view to stopping the transfer of animal diseases from animals to humans, as the case of COVID-19 that we are witnessing now. Thank you.
Respected colleagues, this was a bill that was again passed in the last House and taken to President for assent, just for some little corrections. that were returned, which have effectively been carried out. And I think we need to stay down so that we do not waste our time. Thank you very much. Those in favor of class 1 be read and be part of the class, they will say aye. Class 2. Class 2. 4. 7. 9. 14. 15. 17. 19. 20. 24. 25. 30. 35. 41. 46. 50. The schedules. First schedule. 1 to 17. Title. No, excuse me. Explanatory memoranda. Respected colleagues, the second bill to be considered is for a bill for an act to repeal the National Commission for Refugees Act, CAP, N21 Laws of Federation of Nigeria 2004, and enact the National Commission for Refugees, Migrants and International Displaced Persons Act for management, rehabilitation, return, the integration and settlement of refugees, migrants and victims of displacement, and for related matters. I now invite Honorable Mohammed Tahir Mongunu to give us a synopsis of the report.
Honorable Chairman, honorable members, my name is Mohammed Tahir Mongunu. I represent Marte Mongunu, Ganza Federal Constituency for Borno State. As the lawyers will say, this bill is res ipsa licito. It speaks for itself. And it's very clear. It essentially seeks to bring the operation of the National Refugees Commission in tandem with what the executive has done through an executive fiat by including in their mandate issues of migrants and internally displaced persons. Initially, it was just, the mandate is only restricted to refugees, but now by executive fiat, their mandate has been expanded to include migrants and internally displaced persons. So what this bill essentially seeks to do is to do the needful by way of passing into legislation what the executive has done through an executive fiat. And also, in line with the fact that this agency is now brought under the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management, this bill also seeks to bring this agency under the supervision of the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management in line with what the executive has done through an executive fiat. Thank you.
Maybe the addition I will give again, it was a bill that was considered in the last House, returned because of some mistakes or issues raised which have not been corrected. Two, it is in line with the international best practice, not only executive affairs. I want to say this is a bill that was being canvassed by the African Union, and those who are attending African Union Parliament are aware that there has been pressure on Nigeria to pass this very particular bill. I think those who attended the last conference in South Africa are very much fully aware of this quest. Thank you very much. And I remember I was part of those that were there in South Africa. Thank you. Please make available copies to all colleagues. It's important. Clause 1. Page 7, which is where? Clause 7 is where? Guide me. Page 11. Clause 7. Thirteen. 19. $24. 26. 28. 31. 34. 4. 47. The schedules. The schedules. Explanatory memoranda. Respected colleagues, the deadline for an act to repeal the Nigerian Film Corporation Act, CAP N109, Laws of Federation of Nigeria 2004, and enact the Nigerian Film Corporation Act 2020 to regulate and develop the film industry in Nigeria and for related matters. I now invite Honorable Olusegun to give the synopsis of the report.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleague, Odebo Shegun is my name. I represent the good people of Ogoluwa Surulere Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, this bill is long overdue. It was passed in the 8th Assembly, but for one reason, the President declined the assent, and the specific correction was made, whereby the House undergo the process of correcting all the pointed areas. Mr. Speaker, and this is the correct factions of the new bill. This bill is seeking the existing Nigeria Film Corporation to turn to commission, whereby they will be privileged to a lot of benefits all over the world. And they will be able to perform their duty so that Nigerians can benefit from this commission. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, all the procedures on the lay-down rules was captured on the bill. I so move for the considerations of this bill, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bumi. I thought you should also go for that to give us, because I don't know why economical with some of the facts that will help us pass the bill. This is a bill that if it's passed, possibly the institution will attract hundreds of millions of dollars that has been lying at the International Committee are not willing to give the money until this bill is passed. It is to open the corridor and then institutionalize the Nigerian Film Corporation that has been there in Jos for years and decades. Thank you very much. Clause 1. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. Explanatory memoranda. Okay. Respected colleagues, the first report to be considered is that of Committee on Army on the recent attack by the Boko Haram insurgents at Auno village in Borno State. I invite Honorable Abdrazak Saad Namdans to give us the synopsis of the report.
Honorable Chairman, honorable colleagues, my name is Abdrazak Namdas. I represent the people of Ganye, Jada, Tongoma, Belwa. I'm from Adamawa State. Mr. Chairman, this report is an outcome of investigation of a joint committee on Army, Defense, Air Force, and National Security and Intelligence. Of course, the Committee on Army is the lead committee. This House was mandated this committee on 12 October 2020 to look at the recent attack by the Boko Haram insurgents at Auno village in Borno State. Mr. Chair, the terms of reference given to us included: 1, to investigate the remote and immediate causes of Auno attack, investigate the rationale behind the establishment of super camps, investigate the allegations of low morale amongst troops in the northeast with a view to redressing the trend, visit the families of identified victims, including the relatives of Party of Muhammad and undergraduate University of Maiduguri, to ensure compliance and the resolution. Mr. Chair, we had our findings briefly we find out that most of the challenge that we have faced is that the Nigerian Army or the armed forces are seriously understaffed. There is no lack of sufficient manpower, and that was the reason for the creation of super camps. And that's why you hear when the president says go to Sokoto to address the attack of banditry. When they go there, the insurgent will attack the other places because we don't have enough manpower. And we also realized that there's no police post in our community in spite of that. And we also discovered that the attack was caused by two things. First, the commuters were also late came late at the Maiduguri, Damaturu area. And if they didn't come late, this attack wouldn't have taken place. However, the army also were at fault not to have supplied security to commuters that were stranded. Because if that happened, they will have arrested the situation. And therefore, in our recommendation, we just realized that because of the shortage, we recommended that 100,000 more soldiers should be recruited just like it did during the Civil War. There should be Army Corps Reserve, members should be recalled. And again, we felt that the federal government should respond to Boko Haram crisis more than respond to Boko Haram crisis and other security challenges more vigorously than the way it responded to COVID-19. Because armed banditry and insurgency has killed more people more than COVID-19. And we felt that should be addressed. And again, we felt that there should be police presence in Auno, and then there should be joint training exercises by members of the armed forces. And I think I therefore moved for its consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The question is now that documentation 1 stands as part of the report. Carried. Six. Yes, sir. Additional recommendation.
Maybe I would to make additional recommendation with the lead of the House and honorable members. It may not. Mr. Chairman, one of the reasons why a committee was sent to investigate the remote and immediate causes of that particular attack was the fact that the commuters were left stranded. And my recommendation number 1 is, henceforth, the commuters should not be left stranded without the presence of security personnel to be part of the report. Secondly, Nigeria Mobile Force should be included in the clearance operation against Boko Haram terrorists, especially in the Mandara Mountain of Borno State. The reason why I emphasize on this second one is, Mr. Chairman, you realize that substantial part of the Boko Haram members are still taking refuge at the top of the mountain. And military men have no required training to navigate themselves on that particular mountain. We have mobile police force, particularly our learned colleague here can bear me witness that most mobile police force were sent to Goza Hill, that is Mandara Mountain, to do their training. They know the terrain, but they are not involved in the operation. Had it been they are involved in the operation, they know the terrain, they know the nook and crannies where these criminals can hide themselves so that they can go and fetch them. But if we allow them to keep on going, staying there, keeping people captives, yes, so this is my position. Number 1, henceforth, the commuters should not be left stranded without the presence of security personnel. 2, Nigeria Mobile Force should be included in the clearance operation against Boko Haram terrorists, especially in the Mandara Mountain of Borno State.
Well, let me say it has link with the recommendation of the committee. I've gone through the report, and my link is this. The committee identified among the lapses of what happened in that very day, that the officers and men were not even on site as claimed by them, because it was proven by the interview done to the House Assembly members, and then the local chiefs there around the environment, they confirmed they were not on site. So I think that's why I accept this own recommendation. And I thought too, the committee didn't, I'm not for you to bring, they didn't come up with another recommendation to say, if truly they were identified not to have been found on site, I suppose they are supposed to be disciplined. So seconded to his own amendment. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues, I'm Lawan Shetima Ali, representing Bursari, Gaida Ministry. I rise to second the amendment raised by my able colleague from Borno State. So second, sir.
Against any, that's a bit. Additional recommendation 8. Honorable members, the chairman, I've said, in my own opinion, from what I've seen, the only area you do not capture is about those that were supposed to be on duty and they were not there. And Nigerians were killed. You are silent about.
You see, sir, when we went to Maiduguri, the committee members were here. Those that were found wanting were already arrested and been tried by the army hierarchy. Yes. Yes. Okay. It has already been carried. Honorable Chair, I move that I recommend again that on behalf of the committee that those soldiers that were supposed to be on duty to protect the commuters on the day that on the 9th of February 2020 when the soldiers stopped them and were not there should actually be fished out, and then the necessary protective measures should be taken on them. I so recommend. It's a form of the recommendation.
I'm Honorable Aisha Jibril Duku, member representing Dukuna for the Federal Constituency. I come from Gombe State. I rise to second the motion ably moved by the chairman, Amy. I so second.
Say aye. Against any, that's a bit. Recommendation 10, 9 now, stand as part of the report. Aye. Carried. Respected colleagues, the second report to be considered is that of the ad hoc committee on $10 million bribery allegation against the House of Representatives. I now invite Honorable Henry to give the synopsis report. In his absence, his deputy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Gideon Kitila Goroki is my name. I represent the good, hard-working people of Wik, Shelon Federal Constituency. I'm from Adamawa State. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, 28 April 2020, the House of Representatives in plenary considered the general principles of Bill of an Act to repeal the Quarantine Act and enact Control of Infectious Disease Bill 2020. After a robust debate, the bill was read the second time and referred. But on 4th May 2020, social media was agog with news of allegation of offer of money by foreign interests for the consideration of the bill. There was public outcry and threat to prevent the House from proceeding with legislative action on the bill. However, on its legislative day, Tuesday, 5th May 2020, the House was informed through a point of order raised by the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Idris Ahmed, of a publication traded in social media, wherein a press release purportedly issued by the spokesman of the Coalition of United Political Party, CUPP, Barrister Ikenga Imo Chigere, alleged that the leadership and members of the House of Representatives had been offered the sum of $10 million as inducement by some foreign interests, particularly Bill Gates, for the purpose of passing the Control of the Infectious Disease Bill 2020. Honorable Ahmed emphasized that he was neither aware himself nor of any member who had discussed any such offers with anybody or group, and urged the House to do everything within the law to get to the root of the allegation. The House considered the allegation as false, divisive, and incisive, deliberately designed to breach its privilege and determine the national security. It therefore resolved to set up an ad hoc committee to investigate the allegations. The committee hereby, you need the findings. The need for the consideration of it. The need for the consideration of it. Mr. Chairman, with that, Mr. Chairman, the committee hereby presents the report to the Honorable House to consider and approve the recommendation set out on page 11 and 12 therein. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I thought it's very simple. The committee has 5 findings, and their own recommendations, they have 4. I suppose these are the ones that possibly would catch our own attention more. To 1, okay? I'll get back to Abu.
Honorable colleagues, I'm Mohammed Umar Jagar, representing Alero Gondo Geographical Constituency. I'm making observations on recommendation 1. The recommendation said refer the matter to appropriate security agencies. So we want to be specific here and say refer the matter to police and state security service, SSS, for criminal investigation and activities of Barrister Ikenga Imo Ogochinyere, so that it's specific and clearly stated. I so submit the amendment.
Instead of saying relevant, we know the relevant agencies that are responsible for that. And that's why we need to just be more specific. Seconder? Okay.
So, Speaker, for yielding the floor to me, I wish to second the report of the recommendation that has been moved on the report, that the amendment as ably amended. Thank you very much. So second.
The Commission 1 as amended. Commission 2?
Thank you, Right Honorable Chairman, honorable colleagues.
My name is Agbedi Yetemne Frederick. I represent Sabama Kelemo Federal Constituency. Zonkeman from Bayelsa. Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues, recommendation 1 and 2 are same recommendations. Because if you mandate the security, after their findings, they are going to prosecute them. They are not going to send the report back to National Assembly or House of Representatives. And if you prosecute them, if you take him to court now, the other investigation can also not go on. So I think that we need to delete the recommendation 2, haven't carried the recommendation 1. That's my amendment.
How the institution of the appropriately saddled with that one can carry it out, but also need our own team that can follow up the matter with the relevant agencies, and that's why we need this recommendation. It should not just be that we are just passing resolution for nothing. We should be serious with our resolutions. So recommendation 2. I don't know why you are using. I'm not a lawyer. Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, my name is Kai Chikere. I represent the Port Harcourt Federal Constituency 1. Mr. Chairman, I am of the firm view, and I urge the House to support that view that recommendation 3 should be expunged. Now, when you look at the totality of the report, there is nothing said about Taiwo, the judge, to whom apparently a case is brought before, and he may have taken some action. We all have protocols, we have procedures. We should, as a house, beyond even this report, Mr. Chairman, we should be careful with the courts. Whenever we are sued, the institution of the National Assembly should ensure that they follow their cases up and do the needful. And then we should refrain from this recommendation in 3, whereby we would begin to suggest a petition to the NJC. It is not good for our own institution. It's not good for the totality of government. The judiciary, the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature. Petition will not solve the problem. Appeal. Whenever you are grieved with a judge's behavior or disposition, you appeal, not petition. So I pray that we expunge 3 in its totality. The body of the report speaks nothing of that judge. So it's unfair to begin to talk about a petition against him to the NJC.
Yes, my brother and colleague, I think we have to move forward. It is only here in this country when you know that the letters and intent of the Constitution are very clear in terms of what our responsibilities are, that a judge will pass or give an interim order stopping the House from carrying out their functions. Is it allowed? We need to put an end to this, and I believe, by my own, if I'm to go that way, I will not even say petition. Petition is too much a mile. We should write to the National Judicial Council, but it is the opinion of the House that we should write petition so that it can be investigated, and I think it's okay. Question 3. Colleagues, leader, can you move that the House revert to plenary to report progress?
Thank you, Right Honorable Chairman, honorable members. Ado Dogwa is my name. Mr. Speaker, I represent Dogwa Tudumwada Federal Constituency. Honorable members, I'm from Kano State. I rise to move as directed by the chairman that the House reverts to plenary and report progress. Mr. Chairman, honorable members, I so move.
Yes, Honorable Olubimi, second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. I remain Honorable member representing Surulere Ogun Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by the leader of the House. I so second.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Against any? The ayes have it. Revert to plenary to report progress.
Honorable Babangida, Honorable Nasiru, observe social distance. Deputy Chairman Finance.
Respected colleagues, the House and the Committee of the Whole considered the report on a bill for an act to repeal the Animal Disease Control Act, Cap A17 Laws of Federation of Nigeria 2004, and enact the Animal Disease Control Bill for the purpose of prevention, detection, control, and eradication of infectious and contagious, transboundary, and zoonotic animal diseases, the prevention of the antimicrobial resistance through the control and regulation of the use and administration of veterinary biologies, veterinary drugs, and chemicals in animals, animal products, and medicated animal feeds, as well as the sales and distribution of pet foods, veterinary medical devices, and other veterinary products, and for later an enhancement of animal welfare and food safety and other matters connected therewith, and approve clauses 1 to 50, the schedules, the explanatory memoranda, and the long title of the bill. Respected colleagues, the House and the Committee of the Whole considered the report on the bill for an act to repeal the National Commission for Refugees Act, Cap N21 Laws of Federation of Nigeria 2004, and enact the National Commission for Refugees, Migrant, and Internally Displaced Persons Act for the management, rehabilitation, return, reintegration, and settlement of refugees, migrants, and victims of displacement, and for related matters, approved clauses 1 to 47, the schedules, the explanatory memoranda, and the long title of the bill. Respected colleagues, the House and the Committee of the Whole considered the report on the bill for an act to repeal the Nigerian Film Corporation Act, Cap N109 Laws of Federation of Nigeria 2004, and enact the Nigerian Film Corporation Act 2020 to regulate the development, develop the film industry in Nigeria, and for related matters, approve clauses 1 to 20, the schedules, and explanatory memoranda, and the long title of the bill. Respected colleagues, the House and the Committee of the Whole considered the report on the Committee on Army on the recent attack by Boko Haram insurgents by Auno village in Borno State, and approved clauses, recommendations 1 to 7, approved additional recommendations 8 and 9 as part of the report. Respected colleagues, the House and the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the ad hoc committee on the $10 million bribery allegation against the House of Representatives, and approved clauses 1 to 5, amended clauses 2 to 4 in the report. The leader moved that we adopt the House, for the adoption of the House, of the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members. I rise to move, as directed by the Speaker, that the House do adopt the report of the Committee of the Whole. Honorable Speaker, members, I so move.
Leader.
Honorable Speaker, my dear colleagues, I second the motion that the House do adopt the reports of the Committee of the Whole. I so second.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Chinyere, you are the only one. Thank you. move that we suspend our relevance to allow us adopt the votes and proceedings of today.
Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I rise to move that the House do adopt the votes and proceedings of today as usual. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I so move. Yes, for all reasons mentioned by the Honorable Speaker, please. Thank you.
Deputy Leader.
Honorable Speaker, my colleagues, I'm Comrade Peter Ohionzeji, practicing MNI. I second the motion as ably moved by the Leader of the House. I so second.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Leader, move for the adjournment of the House to Thursday, 4th of June, 2020.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion as moved by yourself. He said 4th. Yeah, he said 4th. It's 4th. 4. He said no. You said 4. He said 4th. You know, Honorable Pulata has a face mask and ear mask as well. So maybe you didn't hear anyone. Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I rise to move that this House do adjourn to Thursday, the 4th of this month, June 2020, by 11 o'clock. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I so moved.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 24th June, 11 a.m.